button behavior.
I press the button when I want to press the fucking button.
Press the button.
We're button boys.
Press the button. Do the button.
Do the button.
Fucking go already.
Okay. Let's see. How about Adam does this one? A lot of things happened, and I only count on Adam to remember all of it.
Last time,
really rude.
a lot of things happened, and it started with us dropping down onto a highway where we fought the masked man who had kidnapped Mocha. We beat his fucking ass. Because Team Argyle is getting stronger again.
Beat his ass right into the ground.
Thanks to us actually doing teamwork and a little bit of contribution from everyone on the team, including steps over time, all yada yada yada.
We beat his ass in the next week because he's a time traveler.
Alex convinced he's a time traveler. We recovered Mocha from a cave and we're like, hey, yo, Mocha, we got everyone involved up to date on the speed. But Big Man escaped. Azure got a dream sequence. Turns out he killed Mocha's mom during a big raid by accident. Mocha got angry, ran away. Azure's sad. Everyone fought. Mocha got kidnapped again.
I blame that one on Cody. He gave you less time to do that one because he took so long thinking.
I had to go double time.
Double timing it.
Well, so now his dad is arriving soon.
Dude, he will arrive soon.
The Red Fang are doing stuff.
Alright. Let's get you a Todai dorm. Alright, yeah. You guys wake up the next day. Did any of you do anything over the night?
No. I don't know.
Besides making that thing, not really.
Yeah, Steph, you're a little tired. You're a little tired after that, but other than that.
He's gonna do some additional work on it when he wakes up.
How we waited, like that scene on The Incredibles, where it was this incredible wait for fucking Bob in the chair at the night. How we did that but for Lace, except she actually fell asleep in the chair.
Paul also never came home.
Uh-oh.
As I forgot to do prologue. Shit, I had a prologue.
It's a prologue interruption.
Part of the cold open.
Yeah, I forgot
prologue.
that I had...
Prologue, do it now.
I have a couple. Paul, we cut to Paul first as light shines through. Not in chronological order, but as light shines on Paul's face through a window, as just gotta make breakfast. He looks around. Where am I? He looks down. He's sitting in a beanbag chair with a rock band guitar in his lap.
What?
He looks over. Cindy is in another beanbag chair with another guitar, and they're sitting in front of a still on CRT TV.
Is it CRT because it's crystal? Get it?
What? What?
CRT stands for crystal or something.
I got the joke.
Yeah.
They prepared me for that joke.
As he's looking around, Cindy's still curled up in it with her own guitar. As he looks around in Team Charisma's room, he wipes the drool off his face. Oh man, Lisa's gonna joke that I did inappropriate shit.
Why is that the first thing you talk about, Paul?
Because he knows Lace.
What's up with that, huh, Paul?
And he's like, "Ugh." And he looks and like "Eh, put in burn the rock. He'll put in burn the game into the TV. As he sets down the rock band controller, sits up, stretches, and takes like a few steps over the TV to turn it off before the TV goes static. And it begins to like warp and like bubble almost. He's like, and he takes a step like, as he sees a hand reach through the TV,
Oh my
get
god.
onto the ground,
Oh my god, it's
as
Persona
as a
4.
figure pulls themselves out of the TV,
Oh my god, it's Persona
Let it go.
4.
pulls themselves out of the TV, and hold on.
It's fucking Adachi. Oh god.
I was just gonna get Sadako because they're going out of the TV, not into.
What's up, bitch?
As it starts to like crawl out as a figure with like a big like sun hat looking thing, crawls out of the TV onto the ground, stands up, brush, looks up, and then sort of jumps back as she sees Paul as it's Sadie, which you know as one of Cindy's teammates
No.
who was introduced by Cindy.
Why did he need to play the
Wait.
Adachi theme?
why
I
is
didn't
she
do that.
Sadako?
I did that.
Why is she
As she-
Sadako though?
As she looks, I hear the door. Why did you come out of the TV? Why are you in the dorm? As they both hear a big snore, as they both look over to Cindy, turn over, and fall out of the beanbag. And that's where that prologue. Okay.
It's a CRT TV is a crystal ray tube.
Stop.
What?
Move on.
This is the
I
sound
guess
of a
it'd
cat.
be DRT TV.
Just right, yeah, that doesn't work.
We're going to the next prologue. As Mocha is driving pedal to the floor.
Oh god, not
Yeah.
again.
As she goes around to the outskirts of Vale, around towards the agricultural district, and keeps driving. And eventually she reaches like the edge of the woods, and there's some like guards near like the gate entrance, as they're just like half asleep, like. You see that, dude? As it goes, it's like, what the shit was that? I don't know, dude, but that is not my problem. As he just sits back and laughs, like, serious? Yeah. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do, dude? We don't have anything to go after that. He just shrugs. The other guy gets back down, sits at his post, as Mocha keeps driving, and eventually gets to keeps driving around and into the Forever Fall Forest. As the sun is pretty well set now, as she just sits. She gets out of the dune buggy she has, and the lights are on as she just steps out, walks over, starts punching a tree as more leaves keep falling. And she grabs scorched earth off her back and just goes to like bash it in before, like in a snap, the masked man catches the mace head in the in the masked man's hands. And after all that, you're still not worn out. As he and flash freezes the head of the mace. Bastard! as she goes and tries to swings again before to the side. Look, and it puts their hands up in like a mock surrender. I believe if we both just calm down, we could come to an understanding. A bit of an agreement, if one could say. Again, tries to swing, tries to shoot some flame out. But it more just steams up than anything. And she just runs back to the dune buggy before the masked man teleports on top and reaches down into the engine block, which is like basically kind of exposed, and just pulls something out and just drops it. All right, let's try that again. 'Cause I have some information you might want. Oh yeah? What am I supposed to believe? You have to kidnap me? That remains to be seen, but as the masked man like grabs on Tomoka's shoulder as time stops. As time stops, everything fades away. And that is the end of that prologue.
Damsel in distress, Mocha.
He is quite distressed.
Alright. And then I don't know what to play for this next one.
Uh-oh.
You know what?
What's he gonna play? What's he gonna play?
Come on.
Oh god, no, it's Kira.
Oh,
And as we open up on the Church of Leventa, the Grand Cathedral, as you see two figures running around this time. Sister Christina, as you know, the older nun. And you also see this girl, like, walking around, like, carrying like a couple, like, chalices.
Oh no, she's hot.
she's a short-haired blonde, yes.
I was literally about to
Exactly,
say,
she's
oh no,
hot.
she's cute.
It's supposed to be like a dirty blonde, but I can't do it in that maker. It's brownish blonde. Whatever.
Y'all know my type.
Dirty blonde is just shiny brown. Don't worry.
It is. As the doors open, as in walks a young man, in like maybe like 17, walks into the chapel. Excuse me? As Sister Christine looks up, ah, yes. As she just slowly walks over, give me a moment, I'll be there in a second. As he just steps in and looks around, and is just sort of taking it all in, as he looks to have very obvious, like, cat ears on his head. And he's got, like, yellow eyes and, like, pitch black hair. As he sort of, like, after a while of her, like, sort of slowly walking over, it's a big chapel, he just sort of starts walking towards her. I was told that you guys offer shelter here. Oh, yes, we do. Anyone is welcome to stay here in the Church of Leventa. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of new in town, and I don't really have a place to stay. Oh, well, that's all right. We can keep you for a couple days before you can find an arrangement. Alice? Yeah, Mother Superior? Go fetch some of the blankets. All right. He's new in town.
I'm new in town.
All right,
new
I'll
in
go
town.
get him. As she, like, walks away from the altar and then goes into a back room. Now, what brings you to town? Me? Oh, well, it's kind of foolish of me, but I'm here to see the Red Oni fight.
Oh my
You know-
god, hell base.
Yeah. You know? Ah, yes. Oh, the Red Oni. A lot of people are coming in. But you don't have anywhere in Vale to stay? No, I'm just, didn't really think that far ahead. Well, I suppose youth does blind one's eyes. Especially with someone as flashy as that Red Oni fellow. Oh, yeah, I guess so.
He's my dad, he's not young.
Are you sure I can stay? And she nods. The Church of Levento welcomes anyone we can. Huh. Ain't that something? As he sort of scratches his chin. As it sort of seems deep in thought before Alice comes over. Alright! Just like drops a bunch of blankets on him. There you are! Now, don't get too comfortable. But, you know, she shrugs. I mean, this is a church, public place, but, you know. Crouching cat hidden racist. Alright, Yes, he just, like, takes off his jacket and just sort of folds it up into, like, a makeshift pillow as he walks over to, like, one of the pews in the corner. As, Alice starts to walk around, do some more chores, starts extinguishing all the candles before the man sits down at the pew, sort of puts the blankets out, gets on a scroll and starts looking and starts typing away as Alice goes around and extinguishes some candles near him as she looks over her shoulder and looks over at the man. Until a big smirk gets on her face. Oh, this is good. As she extinguishes the last candle and then everything goes dark. And that is the last prologue.
Adam, he's a cat boy and a terrorist.
For the record, I, Lace, fucking called that they'd be using the Church of Levante as operations basis. I said it last time. I fucking called it.
But did you expect it to be a cat boy?
I did not expect to be a cat boy. That much was blindsided.
Your weakness.
And that part was unexpected.
Now we can't kill him.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't kill him!
no.
Don't
Adam
kill
will
him! He's
stop
so
it.
sexy.
No, don't, no, don't cause commit terrorism. You're so sexy. Aha.
Alright. I can't believe Cody's sexist. He fucking made a maker for the girl, but not the guy.
Sexism.
Yeah, and yeah, now it truly begins.
There you are.
Alright.
How we fall asleep in the chair.
We fell asleep in the chair waiting for Lace and never came.
Lace gave her a blanket when he came back. Put a blanket over her.
Wakes up at 3 in the afternoon. Aha!
I caught you, Baker.
And what is Grace doing?
Waking up, doing the bullshit that you do in the morning.
Very nice.
Since Paul is not here, Lace will cook breakfast.
Oh no.
Brace yourselves.
Lace, do you know how to cook all that well?
Not really.
Okay,
Last
make me
time-
It's always nice to try.
Last time
me-
we saw him do that was with Kyoki, and that was, I mean, edible. It was better than Kyoki's, which is a low bar.
make me an influence check, a willpower plus deception, convince something of others they do not believe. Convince yourself you know how to cook.
Okay. I'm going to
Gaslight
gaslight
yourself.
myself into being able to cook.
I suppose that
Power
works
belief,
better
Adam.
than any other thing.
You just said it.
16.
16. It is certainly not Paul's cooking, but it is very serviceable.
Maybe he can lie to us and tell us it's Paul's cooking.
It's not poison.
It's not poison. Good. That's good enough.
Could be worse. Oh, we wakes up after here. I caught you. Oh,
Good morning, Aoi. Give us some breakfast.
why are you so late?
Well, I was rather busy doing some investigation work.
Met the terrorists?
Yep. My apologies for not coming back sooner. I hope you didn't stay up too late. Wouldn't want to throw off your sleep schedule too hard.
I don't know when I went to sleep.
Well, here's hoping you didn't stay awake during it's not your classes today, so I suppose you could be allowed a few naps. Here, eggs and bacon.
Munch.
Would you like some ketchup with it?
No, that's weird, and you're weird for saying that.
He looks at you. Well, I'll have you know, the time-honored art of ketchup on eggs is, it's like a family tradition.
This is how you know I'm a fucking incredible role player. I actually do eat ketchup. That's how incredible I am.
As do I. It's
That's
real
I
good.
don't.
It's incredible.
It's so good, right?
Yeah.
Ketchup on that?
Ketchup on it?
eggs.
Yeah. Ketchup
No.
on eggs.
Wait.
It's great.
Well, not on
No,
it, on the
no.
side, but still.
No.
Mike, you
Yeah,
have to break
you
the
put the
tie.
eggs in it, and
Mike, you have to break the tie. Ketchup on eggs, yes or no?
I don't like eggs. Period.
All right.
so we got ketchup plus eggs and ketchup plus eggs, and then vote from Cody for a vote from Cody and Yank for eggs but no ketchup, and a vote from Mike for ketchup but no eggs.
Here's the thing.
balanced.
I also don't like eggs, but I eat it with ketchup, so that way I like it.
Chaos.
I like both.
I don't like scrambled
Anyway.
eggs.
Anyway, that's what Lace gives out. He puts that.
It's pretty alright. But it's not Lace's pretty. Not Paul's pretty.
Yes, I do have a long ways to go before I could even hope to
Damn,
resemble that.
Paul, where is he?
I
I was waiting there for Paul too, but he also never came back.
A good question. Normally I'd be rather unconcerned, but considering there are kidnappers and terrorists about, I'm slightly more concerned.
How do we know there are kidnappers and terrorists?
Well, we've fought one kidnapper.
Oh yeah. The time traveler.
Yes, the time traveler. And I'm pretty sure there's some terrorists about.
There's trouble
Yes, trouble afoot.
in terrorists now.
Shut the fuck up.
the
fuck
They're among us.
This.
Amogus.
Amogus. We should find Paul.
We should.
That's what I think we should do.
Mhm. Well, he was last seen with Cindy, so perhaps we can check Team Charisma's dorm?
We'll call him. With your
Well,
scroll.
Yes, suppose we
Because
do
I
that.
still haven't gotten one.
We need to get you one. Let's do shopping for
We
that.
really do. We've having a multiple situations where that's like screwed us over.
Let's do that immediately. Here, let's pull out his scroll. We're gonna call Paul.
Better call Paul.
You better go, Paul.
Someone had to say it.
And ring, ring. As you hear, as you hear like electric guitars coming from like the other side of the door, like oh, as like it hangs up preemptively, as you then hear it as Paul peeks his head in,
Like
You
into our
rang?
dorm?
Yeah, you rang.
Ah, I didn't know the scroll had southern capabilities.
Paul, you're late.
My ringtone for you is some really heavy metal, so it spooks me whenever it comes on.
Ah, good.
And it also sounds good before I have to, hear whatever bad news you bring.
It keeps you on your toes.
Folly, wait.
I'm glad I'm known as the bearer of bad news. And Owie's right, you are late. Where were you last night, young man?
Your mom and dad are very disappointed.
I was at Cindy's.
That whore!
I was playing rock games.
Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays?
Shut up! I had a plastic guitar and everything. And then one of her teammates walked through the TV in on us.
Oh my.
You know, you're doing what?
Playing rock band. Well, we were sleeping.
Oh, you're
You were
what?
sleeping?
Ah!
Separate beanbag chairs.
Scandalous. Grease, did you hear that?
See, this is why.
Howie, we need to tell everyone this.
We need to tell everyone.
Momentous. We do.
I can literally drive you guys crazy. with my mind.
I told Paul, I said that we were going to train Paul, so we'll tell everyone after we train Paul.
No, hold on. Wait.
No, yeah, let's go, Paul. Woo,
I need to build my weapon.
Drag.
Hey, as he's like grabbing onto the door frame. Nice, talk some sense. I need to like build my weapon again.
Well, unfortunately, it seems you've been consigned to a day out.
Come on, I had stuff planned today. Oh man, Hazard was supposed to help me out today. As he breaks the molding off the door, it's part of the door frame with his fingernails.
Oh dear.
Calm down, Paul. It's not the whole day. It's just the entire morning.
Reese just looks. Sighs.
Unfortunately, Paul, I could never hope to defy our team leader's orders. Oh, that'd be just... be rude of me.
He's not there. He's been dragged off.
Yeah.
He's talking to an empty doorway.
They grew up so fast. Welp. As Lee sits back down, opens up his scroll, checks any progress on Jack.
You gonna shoot him a text?
Yeah.
Is he gonna text back? It's like, are you still at the dorm?
Yep. That's
Okay,
back.
by the time you get here, I might have it finished.
Make sure it's not buggy.
What do you mean? It's all buggy.
I've never been more proud.
Buggy.
And then Lace will shut off his scroll.
Buggy
Well,
decline.
I'm going out. I need to go buy some dust.
Grease, as you say that, Grease is already walking out.
Lace looks over. It's just me and you, Peter. Peter?
As he crawls out of Watchtower Peter.
Ah, good. Even when the others are gone, I know I can rely on you, buddy.
As he jumps out of the tower, and you see little webbing in between all of his 8 legs as he glides over across the room towards you, and he
Oh my god.
and then he just slammed right into your chest. It's kind of like it's pretty big. He's pretty big. He's about like the size of a mouse pad. As it just collides with your chest.
Oh. Ugh. Lace steadies his balance and then gently holds. You're precious, Peter. You're precious.
Gently hold.
Gently holds.
Gently holds.
Sorry.
Are you ready to go buy dust?
Nod.
Alright, let's go. Big Spider's day out.
Another day, Owie doesn't have a scroll.
Another day, Allie does not have a scroll. That was the family scroll, and you broke it.
I didn't break it, it was fucking Steph!
Lace. Yeah, Lace and head and go to Dust Till Dawn.
Speaking of Steph.
Yep.
Steph. You have finished your creation. Would you like to reveal it to the class? Would you like to show the class what you've created?
You can show Owie once she throws Paul through your door.
As you hear a thunk You do know the door latches, right?
It's the outdoor, not an in.
And you hear the jingling of the alarm stuff that you set up.
Nah, dude, quickly change the channel. Change the channel as he finishes work on the thing.
You finished working on it?
Yeah, how does it look?
It looks. I want you to roll me actual.
All right.
Sleight of hand, agility plus willpower. I want you to roll this 3 times.
All right.
To
See.
determine quality.
Okay, hold on. Dice roll didn't work. Way back. Wayback Machine. Da da da. Like that. There you go. And then 2d10. Is it possible to capacity boost this or no?
No, you're not able to capacity boost this because you're making something, not fighting something. Capacity boost is kind of. I always imagine it as that thing as whenever they shoot the bullet and then the strike becomes better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 13, 20, and 11.
What was that? You said it was what? 20?
13. Yeah, 13, 20, and 11.
13, 20, and 11. Okay, so like it's a pretty good circle.
Mhm.
The bindings are pretty neat. Although you had to use black thread, and whatever like the real thing is, it's
It's not
some,
black.
it's not thread. It's you can't really tell
You
what
can't really
it's
describe-
bound with.
I can't really describe the material here.
Yeah, it's like
beyond my comprehension.
like you feel it in your hands, and it feels like fibrous,
Yeah.
but also weird and kind of like not slick, but like
slimy?
no, not slimy at all. Not slimy at all.
Okay.
It's completely dry. It's smooth and fibrous. Like the fibers are smooth, but it's all a bunch of fibers sort of like twisted together into a big like thread that keeps threading around, and it has a certain feel to it. Whenever you touch it, it feels weird, like outside of the like the actual sensation of touching it. It just feels weird.
Odd.
It's like whenever touching something you really don't want to touch.
It's strange, isn't
Base
it?
feeling.
Odd.
And everything that looks fine. You can't exactly match up the thing. Like upon closer inspection, it's not gonna work that well.
Yeah.
But it'll work for long distance looking. However,
Wait.
the charms are a bit weird because the original charms are like a closed rose petal which doesn't work. Some ice, which looks like some ice, which doesn't melt, and like a black opal, and then like a ever-shifting sands in a vial.
Yeah.
What I assume you did is just put like out of like paper mache or something, like a closed rose petal, like just a bit of like ice dust on the one end of it, and then just like a rock that you sharpied over like black, and then like just a vial of yellow dust.
Yeah, basically.
So hey, the actual thing looks good. The charms are a little
Probably be best to like while carrying it, throw a tarp over it too.
put a tarp over it.
Yeah, so like it's like the big outline.
You could always put it. You could always like pocket it.
Yeah.
Or just like put it like in your clothes, like how like the guys, like the scam guys put like the what are you buying guy has that.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Peak character design.
Peak character design, yes.
Yeah. As then you hear Owie against your door.
Like Mr. fucking X.
Is there anything compromising before she presses it?
You hear you see the frame start to buckle in.
Just look around. Closet! Hide in the closet!
You hit all the rest of your shit in there.
No!
Oh no, it all fell out! Oh no!
It all falls out on top of you.
Quickly under the bed! Crawl under the bed!
There's
try and
staff!
Yeah, you have to try and pull yourself out of it as
Stay
Owie
in the fire.
bursts through. Owie, he's being crushed to death.
Oh my god, Steph, no!
Owie,
I'll save you!
Owie, please stop. Owie.
I could have pulled stuff out.
Owie, don't stop.
As Paul picks himself up. Ugh.
I pulled stuff out of the fucking pile of anime girls. Oh, what's all this stuff?
Ignore that.
Picks up, what's the most incriminating thing in this pile?
Probably the the Shadowrun Splintered Heart. Wait.
Splintered Heart.
Yeah, Splintered Heart Cyber World. I was gaslighted. I was like, no, that's not it. But no, it was.
Is
Splintered Heart
it the Blu-ray
Cyber
that
World.
has Matron or their like newly updated?
It's the Blu-ray with Matron at the very front. And it's like, yeah, and it's like featuring never before seen anime only hot spring scene.
Like stuff is fucking like tries to. He tries to like smack it out the window.
And then he dives after it because it's a special edition.
It's limited edition. Does it go flying out the window?
Wow, Steph, I didn't know that's what you were into.
No. That wasn't real. You didn't see it. You didn't see anything.
I'm seeing the rest of the pile right now.
No, you're not. You quickly like.
Here, look. This is like what is this? Is like isn't this like called like a pinup of like some girl with black hair and like sunglasses?
He's like doing like a spray paint.
Spray paints over it.
No, he's like shaking. He's like, no, wait, it's a special edition. He just spray paints
Special
it anyway.
edition. What do you mean special edition? Your dad got that for you.
Ow!
You know, Steph, you can own it like a man.
His dad got him a pinup of Ramza?
His dad is a massive weeb.
Okay.
Where do you think I got it from?
If I had a nickel for every time Yank played a character whose dad was a massive weeb, I would have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's telling that it's happened twice.
Telling you. Yank, this is the 5th time you've shown Travis touchdown to the class.
Travis touchdown. Anyway. This isn't real. You're dreaming. In fact, he holds up like the dream catcher. You're actually dreaming right now.
Why did this lady have weird like underwear showing on her butt?
Like so he like slaps it out of your hands.
It's like a string. It's like going up around.
So,
I don't know what this is referring to.
Tosses it across the room. What are you talking about? That's not real.
All right, both of you, as both of you start getting a splitting headache.
Ow.
Ow.
As then it goes away after like a second. I have stuff to do today.
Like train. Let's go.
Wait.
After
No, I was
that,
gonna-
I have stuff to do.
I was gonna do something today.
Let's go, Steph.
Ah! I imagine Owie just drags him.
Yes.
Ah!
We train.
No. Crimes.
Training.
Based Cindy.
What are you guys specifically training?
Well, first we do a run around Bacon. We do the Saitama training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 meters. Meters? What was meters?
It's a 10-kilometer run.
10 no, it was 100 kilometer.
Was it? Hold on.
It's 100, 100, and 100.
Paul dies right in the middle. and then you put his headphones on him and play Eye of the Tiger and his eyes shoot open.
I am the tiger.
I am the tiger. And then we do a spar right
It
there.
was 10 kilometers.
Yeah,
10
I
kilometers.
knew it was 10
kilometers.
Also use actual fucking intervals and not kilometers.
Anyway. Did the stuff roll to not die?
Everyone except for Owie, because this is all at Owie's pace. She does not care of the folly of each one of you.
The folly of man.
Yeah, but strength plus endurance.
My strength is so doo-doo. 13.
Yeah, you're on the ground gasping for breath. Your weed body was not made for long distance running. Although Owie, like Australopithecus, uses it in her main form of training.
Yes.
Australopithecus. Are we finished?
No, actually, I had an idea that we could do after this.
Why?
Let's go to the training arena.
I was gonna do something though.
Paul's like, "Can I leave now?"
No, Paul, you're important to this idea.
As he groans and walks.
His step does not move on his own. He has to be dragged.
You guys all go to the combat arena? As Miss Kami is just sort of bam, bam. She's fighting a holographic Grim, just bam, bam, like with her forearm style.
I was got it.
As she's just too enamored in doing her flashy moves, it's like forearm style Rashomon flurry. as she begins just spinning around. As like another as like the projection just dissipates as she runs over and tries to like start typing in the new parameter. She looks up. Oh hey!
Steph is writing something
I didn't
down.
realize you guys were here stepping into this ring of fire.
Steph's writing something down.
What? What are you doing there? And she walks over and grabs it, looks at it. What's in there?
She's like, it's like just a diagram like prosthetic. Because like after seeing this guy's like forearms and just like prosthetic or like robo arms, or like a diagram, like a blueprint, just like and like question mark like forearms, four beam katanas? Question mark.
As she looks up, huh? You're looking to go forearm style, just like me?
Yeah. It was supposed to be a secret, but yeah.
As she looks, as she sort of like sits down in like the Baiken pose, as she looks at it, as she stretches with her real arms, as her like semblance arms start turning pages and like looking at it, Well, you see, the main problem with that is that prosthetics like that are usually mounted to like an existing limb because the nerve endings are already connected at that area. That was one of the main reasons why my semblance is pretty unique, because my semblance uses aura to do it, and because aura is part of your soul and your body, then I can control it freely. However, adding more limbs than what you're currently, accustomed to is kind of hard. Only a few people have pulled it off. But hey, you're a beacon. I guess you could try anything.
I guess. So that would take. It's still gonna take a lot of time now.
Oh yeah, it's gonna take a lot of time. It's like, if they had an extra thumb, that'd be weird, wouldn't it?
That would be weird.
That'd be messed up, right?
That'd be screwed up, yeah.
I'd also have to do it in like intervals of 2 to keep things even, because like having 3 arms wouldn't be very effective. It'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, no, because you know how your brain is like divided into two areas. I learned this when I was training my semblance. I can't really summon just one arm or 3. It needs to be even, like you said, because the 2 parts of your brain control the different sides of movement.
Yeah.
I think. That's what they tried to explain to me, but she shrugs. But so if I just make 2 and they flex on her torso, then it works. It takes a while to get used to because it's 2 different limbs, 1 brain, but the brain's got 2 halves, so it works. So what are you guys doing here?
I don't know.
I have an idea.
All trying to sneak away.
I'm being held against my will.
In the doorway.
Paul!
Steph makes a break for it. When she's
Steph?
connected with Paul.
He got me grabs them both.
Wow.
Paul, I haven't. What's her name again?
Huh?
What's her name? What's her last name? It's Kami. It's Miss Kami, right?
Yeah, Miss
Yes.
Comet.
Miss Kami, can you make something for us to shit?
How big of a target do you want?
Shotgun size.
She just sort of looks, blinks. I'll put an Ursa. She click, 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 puts an Ursa, and Ursa just stands there idle posing.
Paul, I need you to shoot that Ursa.
As he just sort of looks. Okay. Pulls out his shotgun. Bam! Hits it in the chest.
I was gonna say, wait for it. Steph,
Is Owie gonna do something?
Steph, I need you to speed up my fist.
Aw, she's gonna do the overkill.
I'm gonna projectile with Paul's shotgun.
How did I know?
I want to projectile boost a shotgun as the bullets are going out of the barrel.
Come through now. Shake it like a seat. Overdrive. You get overdrive.
Roll
Oh,
overdrive.
my driver!
It's +7 now.
Roll it.
What do I roll to punch bullets out of a gun?
Roll your semblance stuff. And then Owie, roll martial arts.
Alright.
This is how I make team ups with Paul by projectile boosting his gun.
To no one's surprise, 26.
Now what do I
Yes.
roll?
This is all I'm good for.
Adam, do you have water running?
No, I think that's probably my fan you're hearing.
Yeah, that's probably yours, man.
Strength plus perception for an unarmed attack. Just do an
+7.
unarmed attack. Martial arts.
I can shift the fan if need be.
How dare you be hot during summer?
I know.
How dare thee?
That's extra funny coming from the California man.
No,
But yeah, I can shift it if it's ever too distracting.
that's fine. Don't worry about it. Strength plus what?
Strength plus perception for martial arts.
2d10, right?
Yeah.
What about the overdrive?
Add a +7 to your result.
Oh, to the result.
Yeah.
To d10. Come on, baby. 29 to projectile first. All right, Paul. And when I count down from what I'm gonna count. Okay, I'm gonna count down from 3.
But when you ever feel like when you
And on go, you're gonna shoot. All right.
Okay, wait. Are we doing it after go ends, like after the O and go, or as soon as we hear the G?
As soon as you hear the G.
Okay.
overdrive.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Go!
Bang!
Then Joey punches the bullets as they come out of the gun.
Yeah, as you see, like your perception slows down as you can see it. You see it leave the barrel. Oh, that's a lot of fire. As you punch the back of the shotgun thing, punch the back of the wad, as it crushes it a little bit. As all like the pellets kind of go a little wonky, and also kind of not fold into. They're not pellets anymore. They're flat discs.
Oh god!
As they all basically fly like shrapnel.
They got her!
They all fly like shrapnel into the Ursa.
Wow, that's dangerous.
I mean,
Yeah, I could have told you that.
gunfire is caused by like a localized explosion, so yeah. And Steph's gonna like survey the damage to the gun.
Yeah, Paul's like the barrel on Paul's gun at the front is just it's like the Looney Tunes thing where it like peels out like a banana.
Steph tries to he like pulls out like a multi-tool and like tries to mitigate.
As
the
Paul
damage.
just like holds it above Steph's head. No. I'm going to see Hazard and I'm going to remake my weapon.
All right.
As you hear a whoa, that was sick! As someone from the doorway walks down and then slides on the banister down into the down the stairs, like on the like arena like stands in the background.
Oh, who could that be?
As you see him, Cole Gibson.
Cole Gibson.
Yeah, part of Team Stalk.
I don't know you.
Oh yeah, you don't. Oh yeah, you don't. Oh, hold on. What's up?
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 Yes, he's in his black hoodie, which has a tactical like bulletproof vest, and then under each like Revy style, the two armpit holsters are two like Mac 10s. It's like, so what are you guys doing here?
We just had something I thought of. You guys can leave now if you want to.
Paul's like, as he starts running.
Actually, wait, Steph, not you.
That's pretty wicked.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Something flashy like that. That's more Scarlet and Levi's game. Me? Nah, I don't do enough of that. Because I'm a real G. And real G's move in silence, like lasagna.
What? What?
You know, the G in lasagna. It's silent.
No,
Like
but
me.
you say it lasagna.
He just sort of blinks. And he just shrugs. Hey man, I don't need enough lasagna to be an expert on it.
Exactly, it's lasagna.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it isn't.
You're not the equivalent of Italian in this world, fuck you.
Equivalent of Italian.
What's an Italian in fucking Rubyverse?
Hell if I know. The Ruby does not carry any Italians.
Someone knocking on my door.
It's probably Mistral, because everything's in Mistral.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Mistral is Rome, China, like Japan, anything.
It's foreign land.
It's foreign land. And then Vacuo is Hellfuck Valley.
Hellfuck Valley. Can confirm. Oh wait, weren't you like dancing with your shadow during like the party?
Oh yeah, as his aura is like a whitish like sort of like a spotted, like not really spotted, but it's sort of like a swirling black and white as like the black part of his aura shimmers off like a shadow doppelganger of himself as he just fist bumps it. Yeah.
Wow,
This is my semblance.
wow, that's pretty cool. And just like under his breath, Steph says, "Wow, just like Alaric."
It's like, yeah, it's all due to my semblance over the phone.
Nerd.
My semblance over the phone as he does like a pose as Miss Kami's like like eyes sparkling in the background.
Steph's eyes also sparkle.
You see this bad boy as he sort of thumps on his chest. He is a perfect clone of me. Well, not perfect.
Does it
But-
hurt when he gets hurt?
Nah.
Stop shooting!
Hey,
Aw.
that costs aura to do.
Yeah, it's good projectile boost the area.
As
Wait,
it's like there's one thing though. As he grabs one of the Mac 10s from under his armpit holster and tosses it over to his doppelganger, which immediately catches it. Yeah, he can't. He doesn't exactly come with weaponry included.
Yeah,
He shrugs.
That's a lie.
So-
Fists are your weapons.
As he draws his own, and you see as it's a Mac 10 with like the back stock fully extended and has a big ass suppressor on the front.
If he were a real man, he'd know that fists are real fucking weapons.
Just kick the shit out of
He
someone.
said what?
If you were a real man, he'd know that fists are weapons.
Can you summon multiple, or can you only do one for now?
Nah.
Actually, wait. What's the fucking weapon part? What's the melee part of that gun?
There it is.
It looks like this, but like with the stock folded out. So it looks more like this, but this is a scuffed ass image.
That is what a Mac 10 looks like.
That is, but what's the weapon part of that gun?
Wait,
You should ask
hey,
him.
what's the melee part of?
Hold on, is that a gun?
Oh, Looming Screams? Ah, dude, check this out. As like in sync, they twirl the gun and he like presses a button on it as it turns into a circular dagger, which is like in the shape of a cone.
Ooh.
As the suppressor folds like a cone shaped. These things ain't good for slashing as he twirls it around, but good for stabbing. As they both as he runs around like the back of Steph, you find that the shadow guy just sort of like pokes you in the back, doing like a big slasher poke. It doesn't hurt at all. He just sort of pokes you with it, and then Cole comes up and just pokes you with it and just sort of like taps you on the nose with it.
Yeah, that seems pretty
Exactly.
effective. Putting a 1-on-1 and 2-on-1 is pretty effective.
Exactly, and paired with Tau semblance, we can infiltrate anything. We're a couple of stone cold killers.
Wait, Steph was one. Like that was the one Steph breakdanced with, right?
Yeah, he was the one who's the wrinkly man.
Oh yeah, I remember Tao. He had good moves.
Yeah, he does.
For some reason, I thought stuff said good boobs.
This
Good moves.
has always been the life of the party. Not me though. I prefer to keep it a little low key.
I guess you can say you keep things to yourself.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I kind of consider like this guy right here as he sort of thumps him on the chest a little bit, kind of his own little entity. There's 5 people on the team.
I guess
Yeah.
I can. I guess
And
that
if
makes
it's a
sense.
1v1 fight, then hey, it's a 2v1 fight, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the same thing we have with.
You can run as much as you like, but hey, one of us is coming through the door.
Hmm.
And then the other one's coming through the window.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
it's-
cool.
Yeah, it's sick.
Oh,
As
my
he just
goodness.
bumps it and the clone dissipates. And like sort of like the shadowy bits start to meld back onto his aura.
That's pretty useful.
Alright, Steph, you're dismissed.
And Steph just fucking runs off. I gotta go. I got stuff to do. It's urgent.
Urgent.
Urgent business.
Urgent, he says.
As he looks down at Owie. As he points his finger, it's like, Scarlet would like you. You have like a similar fighting style. I've seen you fight.
Does she punch?
He
Punch?
No. I mean, maybe once. He's got a big ass machete though.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I met him.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, I mean you didn't remember me though.
Well, it's because you were... What was his costume again?
His costume was I need to check the list. Oh, he was just in like a cheap like Halloween ghost mask. Just running around
It's
going
because
jump scaring people.
he had a mask on.
Oh yeah, I did have the mask on, yeah. Yeah, I had a ghost on my face. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, as he shrugs, I guess I better be going.
Oh, hold on, can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
Can you shoot me like once?
He just sort of furrows his brow. Why?
I want to try and hit the bullet out of the air.
As he looks over to Miyako and her eyes are sparkling, he just nods like, yeah. And he's like, okay. As he pulls out Looming Screams, as he aims it. Where's the single fight? I built the damn thing. Where's it? Oh, there it is. As he aims.
Aim for my fist. Should I not use the? Should I use the 1,000-piece
Give me one
frame? I feel
second.
like punching it would be a bad idea. I did punch the bullets out of the gun though, so it was fine. Whatever. Is a parry? Does this count as a parry? Well, Cody's muted, so.
Muted.
Hey guys, it's me,
Oh.
Aoione.
Hello, Alioni.
You may be wondering, how do you projectile beast a shotgun? Well, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know yet. That's what we're gonna find out.
I did it though, and that's all that
Here.
matters.
Hi everyone, this is Alioni from the hit series ARGYLE.
Alright, I'm back.
Hi, I'm Alioni, and you're watching Argyle.
Dun, 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 dun.
My mom asked me a question, so I answer.
What was the question?
It wasn't important.
How
Well, I mean,
you-
it's not important for you to know. Why are you asking?
Oh shit!
What are you,
was
fed?
It was your social security, wasn't
Can I just say? I just imagine Al using fucking Steph's beam katana as a Disney wand.
it?
Alright, Aoi, so you're trying to
Parry the bullet?
Hmm.
I don't know what else hitting a bullet in air would be.
It would be parry. However, I would say that would probably be an exotic specialization.
Yeah, I'm not good enough for it yet.
Yeah, as he fires off one bullet, as you go, yeah, and you punch it. It does indeed hit your fist, but it really hurts because you shot you in the hand. It's like, jeez, that's what you were gonna do with it, man.
That's what Aura's for.
You and Scarlet really are like similar.
I thought it would work after I punched the bullet out.
Yeah, no, bullets going in versus bullets going out is way different. Well, hey, good try. Maybe you can train it.
Well, at least I reacted on time.
I mean, you gotta manipulate in your aura.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you just make like, I don't know, aura knucks, and then you just punch it, it'll shatter the aura knucks, but you'll be able to do it.
I'll figure something out.
All right. as he grabs both of his looming screams in either of his hands, like, hey, Miss Kami, can you Deathstalker? Yeah, that'd be sick. As she just nods, eyes sparkling, click, 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 as a big Deathstalker gets projected into the room. As he starts running forward, and then we'll cut away as he just goes to clash with it. As focus on Grease. Grease. Grease?
Grace.
Okay, we're going to Lace.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
going.
I thought you were still doing the shenanigans with them.
No, we finished.
Okay.
Grease, what you doing?
Looking for Mocha.
Where do you?
I will go to. Well,
I will say this now. Do not go to the agriculture district just because the prologue had her in the agricultural district. Time has passed. It could be anywhere, including the agricultural district, but do not let the prologue influence your choice.
I do not know why you said that. I was not gonna go there. I was gonna go industrial.
All right, then. You going to the part which is basically been colonized by Lace, or are you gonna go to the like abandoned?
Colonized.
Look, there's no other way to put it other than you've colonized this shit.
She's just gonna walk around. Perhaps look for scrap yards that she'd like to steal from.
Hmm. I need different music than Evatone. Seems slightly tense, but also somewhat. What's in the back? Fire him. Hey Yank.
Yes.
What's a good background track from Three Houses?
What kind of track are you looking for?
Slightly tense, but still casual. That doesn't go all out bombastic.
Slightly tense. Okay. I got plenty of tension. Hold on.
Yeah, feel free to play any of that.
Yeah.
As Greece, you're rocking through the agriculture. You're looking for the just scrapyards.
Yeah. Kind of like frequenting that area, but she's just walking around, trying to look for a dune buggy.
I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, you're looking around. Like in some places, in like the scrapyard, you can see where like it looks like things have been like recently like dragged out of piles because you see like scratch marks on the concrete ground. Other than that, there's not much. Yeah, this works. Although you do, as you hear a, well, Grease, looking around for your friend now, are you? As you hear like a sound of someone walking on steel, in the like in one of the steel piles next to you.
She's not a friend. I'm just looking because I don't think anyone else will.
Well, you tell yourself that, but I wouldn't know anybody else who would just go out of their way to look because nobody else would.
I can assure you, we've done nothing friendly together.
Maybe so, but I remember I've had similar experiences. People I haven't really seen eye to eye with, but I have at least a little bit respected him and grown to at least appreciate company. Sure, this ain't what's happening now.
So, why are you here?
As he steps down, like from the pile, and the click clack of his well-shined shoes on his on the concrete. What? When a dear old departed soul, a dad, can't visit his kid every once in a while. And besides, I'm more interested in being dead. Especially what's going on right now. Remember, I was once a huntsman.
Yes.
So, looking for your friend here, and then where do you go from there?
I'll just keep looking. Just start walking off to another area. Nearby industrial.
Well, that's not what I meant. What do you do when you find her?
Talk to her.
You think she'll want to listen to you? After all, both of us know damn that our fingers are in that same pie.
I believe I might be the only one that she might listen to.
Well, how do you figure that? You're responsible for it. She listened to you because you're responsible. You go up and apologize. Something like that.
No. Because we understand each other at some regard.
That's my daughter. That same medal you got that I got, you got.
Just keeps walking.
Well, if you ever need me, you know where to find me. As he just snaps and click, 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 as he seems to like fade away as he walks behind like a bit of grap, and he just completely disappears. As he like, instead of walking out the other side, it just disappears.
She brings up a hand to her head. Am I going crazy, I wonder? Reese is gonna stop by a store to grab a water to cool her head off.
It kind of hurts a little bit, but that's probably because, you know, seeing your dead dad. Like,
Well, it's weird. Normally she'd be very happy, but well,
normally, huh?
the connotations is just the implications very weird. She doesn't get it, especially now.
All right.
We change back to casual music.
Yeah, change back to casual.
Okay.
I have a Subway to eat.
All right.
An entire metro station.
An entire metro station.
The entirety of Mountain Glen.
Hey.
We hear you. Basically.
Lace.
Lace, okay. What's up?
As you're walking out to
Mhm. Going
to,
dust shopping.
yeah, going dust shopping.
Go
As,
get my motorcycle.
Yeah, you head out. Where do you have the motorcycle? I assume you parked it in the garage.
Yeah, he is in the Vale garage.
Yeah, you're walking out the
garage.
You're walking out the front door as you hear right behind you as you hear footsteps behind you. It's like, whew. All right, I think I caught you, didn't I?
Oh boy. Hello? As he turns around.
Well, howdy there. It's
Hello.
Jonathan Hayes.
How can I help you today, Headmaster?
You mind talking for a second?
Well, I have time to kill. Shall we head to your office then?
Wait, were you heading somewhere?
Just have to buy some dust.
We can walk and talk. as he starts walking with you. I would want to go visit old Maxwell anyways. So, Did you tell Hayes about what happened?
I filled
I
him
don't-
up to, the Mocha getting kidnapped, and
But you didn't tell him about the incident with the Dreamcatcher.
I did not.
Okay. So, you're my go-to information guy.
Why, thank you. I'm honored.
Yeah, so, maybe you can explain why I got an email from Mocha saying in big, bolded, and italic letters, I quit.
Oh, she truly is impulsive.
When I went to go find Azure, could not find Azure. So, and I asked his teammates. They don't know where he's at. They don't even know what happened. And you are the one who's got his little web. So, as he steps into an air taxi, do you know where she might be? Or the both of them might be?
Elise climbs in after her, and he, pinches the bridge of his nose, like, oh boy. You can't find Azure either? I expected this from Mocha, but Azure
Nope.
disappearing too.
Yeah, that's what got me worried. See, the big I quit, I've had students do that before. I remember there was a member of Team Charisma who tried to pull that same stunt, but they came around.
Well, Azure and Mocha had a rather large fight, and currently are, well, to put it mildly, they're upset. Greece, as far as I'm aware, is currently out looking for Mocha, as we had expected this from her, but the fact that Azure's gone missing too is concerning. Especially considering there's that kidnapper out who's, as we saw before, currently after Mocha.
Yeah, that masked man. You have any idea what their identity might be?
No, but I did discover a few things while fighting them.
Mm-hmm.
Team Agile, pardon, bad habit. Team Argyle, daytime versus nighttime.
Agile, I'd never heard of them.
No, yes,
those are
entirely different.
Oh yeah, I met those guys once actually during the construction of the Fauna Shrine. That was right. They saw me in my funny little hard hat. That was fun.
Oh, I'm sure they must have been very helpful around town.
I wonder what they're up to.
I can only imagine.
Totally unrelated to that big, disturbance that happened around the industrial district with the crane.
yes.
Totally
Completely.
unrelated.
Totally unrelated. I hope these Team Agile fellas are found one day. I can only imagine what they're up to now. But
Probably locked away.
we can only hope. Team Argyle, however, managed to take down the masked man. We discovered that he has at least one weakness. Dust. His teleportation can't operate if he doesn't have dust.
Teleportation.
Yes, at least that's my running theory on what it is. Mocha claims it's time stop. At least that's what happened when we rescued her. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem likely to me.
Well, why not?
I know that sounds arbitrary, considering all the other themes we've encountered, and I know semblances can be basically anything. I mean, Greece herself has a semblance involving time, but
She slows down time and manipulates inside of the zone.
Yes, but just a flat time stop seems powerful. And I don't understand how dust would be used for it.
Well, they got that mask on, right?
Yes. Is that important somehow?
As he looks through. I remember, as he looks through, there were some experiments done with time dust. Very.
Time dust.
Yeah. Basically, a lot of Elysian experiments. What happened was they did get a guy to stop time, but he couldn't breathe. You see freezing the air particles in the air or something. Yeah, the whole jargon's too complicated for my mind. But when you freeze time, freeze everything but yourself. So, and shrugs. Maybe that's why they wear the mask.
Well, that does remind me, when we tried to unmask him, he claimed that if we were to take the mask off, he'd die. We, of course, then stopped trying to take the mask off. We aren't trying to kill the man, just take him into custody.
Well, that's good.
But it did get me thinking as to what would cause it. That mask has been bothering me for a while. It's the exact same type as Azure's. And that man seems to know stuff about both Azure and Mocha's past that even they didn't know. In a lot of ways, he's the current reason they're fighting.
That one makes sense.
This man... Oh, go on.
I did read Mocha's file, of course I... Although Azure's involvement is a bit of a...
This man, the Elysian Spearman, the man who could stop time, do we know what happened to him? Or anything about his background?
Well, he was just a Elysian soldier. Yeah, just a soldier who signed up for the extra food ration.
Any ties to Vacuo?
I believe did a few tours around everywhere on Vale, actually. In detail for the embassy and Mistral. A bit of a detail here in Vale on the... And a bit of a detail dust mining rig out in Vale. But
Dust and mining rig out in Vacuo.
Last I heard, they did the one experiment with time dust. He was able, well, you know about how people can fuse dust with their body?
I've heard about it, but never seen it up close.
It's not pretty.
I can imagine.
Basically, in exchange for whatever benefits they guy, shoved time dust crystals into his arm. Very volatile, mind you. And he stopped time. It was then he figured out he couldn't breathe in the stop. He then proceeded to rip the crystals out of his arm, taking a chunk of his arm with it. And he swore to never mess with it ever again. And I believe he quit the military right after that incident. And as far as I know, Atlas stopped keeping records on it.
What kind of lore did I just walk in on?
Anything else?
That's where everything stops. Of course, I don't doubt that they keep a tab on him at all times. But nothing that would be classified to me.
Are you aware if he had any involvement in the Levant Dust Company?
Levant?
It's a name that's come up a few times during my investigation.
Yeah, they always do. Well, Levant Company is a pretty big... A lot of weapons development. You know, like any sort of standard issue gun development agency. I mean, we got a couple. I mean, we got those 3 guys in the shed out in the agricultural district building up something fierce, but... Well, 3 guys in the shed. They make a wonderful rifle. We're thinking of adopting it into the the border wall. As, you know, spears and bolt actions ain't exactly cutting it nowadays, especially after that whole big incident. So, we're trying to outsource a little bit. The Levant Company is basically like those 3 guys in the shed. They develop weapons, they pitch it to the Atlesian military, and the Atlesian military decides if they're worth it. Usually they are, because it's the Levant Dust Company, after all. Second to none. But I wouldn't be surprised if they had their hand including that, main export is dust after all. If anybody could get time dust wherever the hell that thing comes from, they could probably get it.
Time dust, time dust. This Devon company truly does have their fingers in every pie, and here I thought I was well connected.
Well, last I heard, they were only going to get a single dust crystal for that experiment, and afterwards he tore it out of his arm and threw it on the ground, after which it sort of freaked
Fizzled out.
out. It freaked out and kind of started appearing about, in and out about 2 weeks in the future, in and out of time. Sometimes it was more than what it was, and sometimes it was less than what it should be. So he shrugs. Pretty volatile. They locked down everything, and that was that. And they told everyone else to stop messing with time dust, or else something big might happen, as if we could get in the first place.
Oh dear lord, I wonder if Howie's right about time travel.
I was fucking right, baby!
Well,
Time travel?
Howie's running theories. The masked man is from the future.
From the future. Well, he scratched his chin. You know what? I might just need to look into that whole test subject situation.
I will as well.
As you guys are like walking towards from dusk till dawn, as he just sort of stops in front of the window. I got a question for you.
Oh, and I you after this, but fire away.
Do you think this masked man works on his own volition or on behest of someone else?
By free will or of his own compulsion? Well,
Well, if he's got like a nation backing him, I'm saying.
I highly doubt it. The man is a hodgepodge of different things. Atlassian time dust, vacuum equipment. He has no rhyme or reason. There's no greater goal as far as I can tell. But I can tell one thing. He's after the dream catcher for his own reasons.
A dream catcher, huh?
Yes. Whatever he wants, it's for his own gain. I highly doubt he's being backed by anyone. It doesn't seem likely.
As
Of
he
course,
just-
if that changes, I'd be sure to update you.
Please do. As his gaze sort of changes. You know,
Do you?
I grew up in the Great Remnant War. I've seen a lot of the stuff that different nations will do to get ahead. You know the CCT towers?
I'm familiar. At least sort of looks up to look at it in the distance.
And he's looking at it in the distance, see, towering over the skyline. You know, if one of those things goes down, the rest do.
They're all connected like that.
Yep. When everybody built them, it was that symbol of coming together. And if one nation falls, then so will the rest.
In ways, an almost mutually assured destruction.
Yep. And I hate the hell out of it. You know what they did? Atlas. During the Great Remnant War.
I know what they did after it.
Atlas, or Mantle, actually, pulled the plug on it. Pulled the plug on their own CCT tower. Throwing everybody in the dark. Now, this was good for them as they were developing their own sort of fleet-based system. I don't even remember how it worked, but basically these big battleships that they had, big servers which would use their own little mini version of CCT tower to power all the different scrolls and communication systems within that unit. And it'll be split between different units, and then they could connect to another unit. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters was, we nearly lost because of it. Vacuo, literally no way to communicate, fell basically overnight. We, however, invented a bit of a unique solution.
That being?
Has Cobalt told you anything about his family at all?
Not much, no.
Well, that's his sort of tale, but the point is, his father was a courier. Getting on a horse, running fast as they can to the battle lines, delivering orders from HQ. That's how we won. And afterwards, towers came back online. Atlas paid a big, hefty sum, and everybody continued. Misery loves company, as they say, and if someone crazy enough or stupid enough or placed with a big enough terrorist population to try and knock that thing down, what's stopping everything else from going down? Misery loves company, don't it, Lace?
That it does.
I get the intention, and that was my intention. But I guess good intentions don't last upon first contact. Now we just have to hope, I guess, that nobody's gonna pull a stunt like that again.
You know, I think the question I was going to ask you, Headmaster, has been answered.
Has it?
Yes. I think it has. As Lace is just sort of staring at the CCT tower.
And what question is that?
The Red Fang. I've been trying to figure out what they could possibly be planning. What grand thing they've been trying to do since they infiltrated the city. As Lace sort of like does the picture frame with his fingers as he stares at the CCT tower. But I think I know their goal now.
You think they're gonna knock everybody back into that dark age?
They're the only ones crazy enough to try it.
And here I thought tightening the security detail on the Red Oni's little powwow was gonna be enough. As Hayes pulls out a scroll and begins typing on it pretty fervently. He'll get that later.
A message to Detective Red?
No, actually.
May I know your mysterious correspondent?
Nope. as he opens up the door from dusk till dawn.
Well, it's been a pleasure as always, Headmaster. And if you do ever need a courier service again, Laces a small bow, the Spider Saloon is always happy to provide. I'll even give a special discount.
Well, if I ever need it, I'll ask. One thing, as he closes the door behind him as he walks in, and you hear muffled, Maxwell! It's just like, as you hear a bunch of commotion. You hear a bunch of commotion as then Hazel runs out. Gotta go, and he's wearing his hat as he runs out into the street. As Maxwell runs out, hey! As he's holding his head, and you see there's like a bald spot.
Hello, Maxwell. It seems there's been a theft in Dusk Till Dawn. How horrible.
Alright, no theft. Just Hayes getting up to his usual business. You know, when he was a kid, he was just like that.
Lace points to himself.
No, like that, but also like that, yeah. Except he more chewed wheat stalks and played the violin.
Rather than hunted Grim and purchased dust.
Fucking Johnny Appleseed over here.
Speaking of, I'm here to purchase some dust.
Oh, well, are you now? That's something. As he walks back in the shop, he waddles over and sits behind the desk. What can I get you?
Well, ideally, I'd like a little bit of everything. You know, expand my repertoire as much as possible.
A little bit of everything.
Yes. I have plenty of pockets here. Oh, but especially I'd like to refill on sound dust, orange dust, and I'd like to buy a bunch of black dust, if you please.
As he puts a big like tackle box looking thing of sound dust. All right, whole thing of sound dust. Opens up another one. Whole thing of black dust. What was the other one you said you need to refill?
Lightning, orange dust.
Places it down. All right. And then he pulls up another tackle box, starts putting in. Looking for crystals, vials, round.
Mostly vials, but I'll take a little bit of everything. Vials are what I specialize in.
He puts a bunch of vials in. Like it's probably like it's not much considering it's every type.
Mm-hmm.
He puts it all in. He puts like for every like one round and one crystal, he puts 2 vials.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As he clicks on the cash register. All right, here's your total, and then processes everything.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Oh
As
wait! As he reaches up, I need your Lien stick back.
Oh, right. Here you are.
He grabs it. He puts it back at the machine. Starts taking a bit. Just forget this dude. This guy. Just do this kid. And he taps away, and then he pulls the card out and hands it to you. There you are.
Why, thank you. So he does an overdramatic bow. Oh, before I go, have you seen anything strange around these parts?
Everything's strange in the Vale. Especially with you around.
Well, I do try to bring excitement everywhere I go.
Do you know how many couriers have been come by here?
Ooh, I think that just means you're getting fantastic business from me.
The Spider Saloon. Have a guess who could be running that?
Oh, I'm sure it's a mystery. But hey, if you're getting extra business out of it, I think that's a win for you. But no standouts, no suspicious people going by, aside from my own, of course.
Not much.
All right. Well, it's always a pleasure, Maxwell.
If I do see anything, I'll let you know first, because, you seem to have every...
I do try to keep my fingers in every pie in the city. As Lace picks up the boxes and goes, puts me in one of the sidecars on the bike. Or actually, no, he didn't bring his bike. He went on the tackle, didn't he? Or he went on the, not tackle, he went on the air taxi. Yeah. Well, yes, I'll need to bring these back to the dorm and then, well, sort them. As he's going to go find an air taxi, and on the way, he'd like to call Greece.
All right.
Should we get slightly more serious music, or?
Yeah, I just don't quite know what to play, because it's not a tensione type of mood.
Yeah.
We go back to Three Houses.
No, I know what to play.
You know what to play?
He knows what to play.
I know what
He
to
knows-
play.
I should memorize some Witch's Heart music for this. They usually have a lot of dark, tense, but not...
As do I, because Witch's Heart is damn good.
Yeah, it's not a lot of good music for these kinds of scenarios.
There are some Witch's Heart music, which I am going to play eventually, just for a while.
All right, I will put the trust in the OST in Lemon, and I'll call Grease.
Hey, Grease, you're getting a buzz from your old pal, Lace.
Answer.
Hello, Grease. You there?
I answered, didn't I?
Ah, always a pleasure to hear your voice. How goes the search for Mocha?
Nothing.
Really? Not even a whiff?
No.
Well, I bring bad news. It seems Azure's gone missing too.
I see.
I also have a request. I've gotten a lead, and I believe you're the only one who can follow it up. The Masked Man. I've been doing some investigating, and it's come into my knowledge that apparently, a undetermined amount of time ago, there was an Elysian experiment with one of its soldiers, where they implanted time dust into his body, and that person was able to stop time, just like Motor described. This Elysian soldier, apparently it damn near killed him, as he couldn't breathe when it happened. Sound familiar? Well, after that, the man apparently ripped the time dust crystal out of his body, and then swore off of it and disappeared off the radar. But, in what little record I know of him, apparently he served almost damn near everywhere. A little bit all over Remnants. Some in the Vale, some in Mistral, and even apparently a digging company at ARGYLE. I don't know what ties he may have, but if this person has ties to the Levon Dust Company, well, it's possible he could have been involved in that whole Azure Mocha incident. And it may give us some clues as to his identity. Do you think you should look into it?
Possibly.
I also have some more theories. The Red Fang. I have no evidence beyond a gut feeling, but I fear they may be targeting the CCT tower. If one goes dark, so too does all of Remnant. I told Hayes and he's put up extra guard detail there, but I just figured better safe than sorry, you know? I'm going to continue my investigation, as well as continue looking for Azure. I hope you can find Mocha before the Masked Man finds her. Do you have anything else to report?
No.
Understood. I'll be seeing you later then, assuming I make it back home tonight. Lace out. As Lace then hangs up.
All right.
And then Lace will just, bring his stuff back to the dorm, unload the dust, load up the dust he does need, and then go out to the Spider Saloon. Or go out to go find Jack.
Alrighty. Let's see. Steph, what you up to?
That is in the shopping district.
Nearby Lace.
Oh, do you?
What you doing there?
Currently, he has like I guess like a makeshift like he kind of like made like a makeshift shopping cart that he like just constructed, and it's like filled with like boxes and bags currently, as he's like holding a list and like writing it down and moving through, like just moving through.
As you're looking down at your list before you feel a doom, as it sort of you look up and you slam into another shopping cart.
Oh, sorry. Sorry
Steph.
about that. Huh?
As you look up, it's Paul
Oh,
and Professor Hazard in the background, looking between two different like gun mechanisms.
do we change the music for this?
Huh? What are you doing here?
I was just doing some shopping. What are you doing here?
Shopping for my weapon parts.
Peek. just looks over at the supplies.
You look over at what Paul's carrying.
Yes.
Seems just a lot of stuff. Like if he's building an entirely new gun from scratch.
Yeah, I don't
And he also has this, he's like, you see Professor Hazard looking through. It's like, hey kid, you're better at this. And he holds up like industrial speakers. It's like, which one's got the better quality on this? He's asking Paul. That one. As he picks the one in his right hand. As he shrugs and tosses the other one back on the shelf.
How goes making the weapon anyway?
Well, we got the basic schematics down. We know we can do it.
Hmm.
It's just a question of what we're gonna need and how much that's gonna.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be pretty expensive.
Yeah. I guess
I
we're eating
mean,
ramen for a little bit because the
I mean, like,
coupon king has officially made his retirement.
ugh. And there, I assume there's going to be a huge power vacuum now that your title is available.
Nah, I got a successor.
Are they worthy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good then. You sure you don't need help? Any help like constructing your weapon?
Nah.
Yeah,
Hazard's helping me with the fine tuning, but the main thing is that I want to make this myself like I did all those years ago.
I
I
can
made
respect that.
I made Breakaway on my own. All huntsmen are supposed to make their own weapons, right? What kind of
I
huntsman am I if I don't make my own weapon and just pawn it off to somebody else? I
guess so.
really do appreciate the offer. It's just one of those things, you know?
Yeah, I can get it. The Gardenia wouldn't really be mine if I had someone else make it.
Yeah. I don't understand how people in Atlas can, like, outsource weapon creation to other people.
I guess they view it more as a military thing and the huntsman thing.
Yeah. As Hazard's like, oh, you want to know something about that? I'm that guy. I'm the guy who had to do that. All those small arms that I had to do for those assholes.
Oh, you worked in the Atlas military?
No. Shut up. As he goes by to another aisle. Don't know what he said that.
uh, you know what's deal? You know what's deal? I keep forgetting. Like, I keep seem to forget. I've only been here shortly. I don't really know if, much.
He is not listening. He's got a magazine. He has weapons magazine open.
Yeah, oh, he was talking to Paul, referring to Zach.
Ah, what'd you say in regards to Paul and Zach?
Yeah, like he was gonna ask Paul, like, do you know his deal? Because
He shrugs. I don't know.
I,
Apparently, he goes back with the lace, but that's really it.
yeah, that would explain a lot.
Gets jumpy whenever you mention Atlas stuff.
Mm. So it's weather like an atlas. Just saying how Zach would react.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's got that nailed down.
What are you getting here?
Oh, don't worry about it.
All right, yeah. If I'm telling you not to worry about mine, then
Yeah, you'll find out in a bit. Right now I'm just crossing, like you're just crossing off like names off the list. All right. He
names.
kind of looks to Paul and thinks to himself before writing something down.
What
Well,
you doing?
writing down a few notes.
Are you like Greece and Greece interviews us for our semblances and then writes it down in a journal?
Quite, quite the opposite. Everyone just kind of told their semblance to me, but like I wasn't going to ask.
He just shrugs. Well, I mean, you know mine, right?
Not really.
Oh, uh, my semblance is named Cabinet Man.
Oh,
Uh,
you-
it, it causes, rage, sometimes hallucinations if used in large quantities for a long period of time. Uh, yeah.
is there?
I just line of sight. I have to look at somebody, focus on one target, at least for now. But after I did that stunt with the guitar, I was able to get you guys pumped up. I guess rage falls into getting hype. He shrugs.
Around like the emotion and stuff like that.
I don't know. I just like music.
Just right, right. Hmm.
I like music, not psychology.
It's just very much. Yeah, that ought to help me. Well, I definitely got some shopping. I still got a lot of shopping to do. So, and it's a long way to Beacon. So, I'll catch you later, Paul.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
You're on. As he just,
As Hazard's like, hey kid. It's like, what? It's like, what kind of cable are we using? Are we using like a big ass like industrial like underwater cable? It's like, no, the other one. He points to the smaller box. Oh, okay.
oh. Instead of continues his shopping.
Owie, what you doing?
When was last hour?
Last hour was in the morning. Today's around lunchtime. At this point,
What's everyone? Everyone else is like down in the fucking city.
yeah. But hey, the NPCs are here. You want to talk to them for some reason?
Has Owie been alerted that Azure got fucking took?
No.
Lace, I can't believe you.
Sorry, Owie.
The chain of command is completely ruined.
I'm gonna go fight Azure.
As Kyoki peeks her head in. Oh, hey, Owie, just the person I was looking for.
What's up?
Have you seen Azure around?
After last night, though.
He hasn't really come back to the dorm.
Oh no.
Did something happen?
A little bit.
All right. What happened?
Well, you see, and then I explain what happened.
Her like she like at first her face starts like genuinely like curious and kind of worried, like for Azure, and starts like, you know, what's going on, and then just more and more horrified, more and more
What
horrified.
the heck is going on here?
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's bad.
I was about to go find him, make sure he's alright.
I didn't even know that he was from someplace underground, or that Mocha was a part of a gang.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's.
Let's go find him.
What's that mean for, you know, Team Arsenic?
I don't know, Kyoki. I don't know.
Are we gonna have to disband?
I hope not.
I don't want to either. Although, I guess Hayes could put us with Steph.
Let's go fight. I don't want to go. Let's go.
Cobalt's working at his job right now, so I guess it's just me and you.
It's time to team up.
Arsenic, or I guess ASC could be Arsenic. Team Arsenic and Team Argyle joining up.
Did I come up with a name for it last time?
I think you did, but I don't remember it. You definitely did. I don't remember.
Well, alright, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Where do you think we should check first?
If you were Azure and you were sad, where would you hide?
Someplace dark and dusty and underground?
Is there anywhere dark and dusty and underground around here?
The sewers? Or where we found Mocha? She shrugs.
Let's check on Beacon first.
It
Actually,
could be anywhere.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
So, I guess checking Beacon first won't be a bad idea.
Let's check the basement. Is there a basement here?
No, there isn't a basement. Huh. That's weird. You would think they would have a basement.
Yeah, you think?
I guess they just have all the outside buildings to make up for it. I mean, there is that garage that's underground.
Yeah, let's go check that out.
Walks.
Not
walking,
walk,
there's, like,
run.
it's the weekend, so people are like out and like playing like ball and stuff, and just shooting some hoops. And then you walk over to the garage. You step down it. It's sort of like subway stairs, but it goes down a big garage. It's lit up. See a lot of vehicles. You see, didn't Lace leave? Why is the bike still here?
Is that we have a
See-
key for the bike?
Would Lace give the team copies of the key to the bike?
Fuck no.
Exactly. That's why. That's right.
Where does Lace keep the key though?
In his
Oh.
pocket.
In his pocket.
Okay, do you know how to hardwire? Hotwire?
No.
Can't electric dust do that?
Lace
I
would
mean-
probably try and teach Owie how to hotwire a car. He probably would have done that at one point. Bonding time.
You fool! I have an idea.
Well, Mocha's Dune Buggy's still gone. Azur's not here, so I guess we're stealing it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Roll dust on the bike. Roll specifically the one dust, the electric dust.
Brown dust.
Brown bricks.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, so yellow dust. If we consult the pin,
21.
21. As you smell like, and Kyoku's like, is that burning? As it roars to life.
Wow, yeah, maybe that works. Alright, Kyoki, hop on, we're driving.
Sidecar.
We rolling out. It's my bike now, Lace.
Team leader, I say it is.
On one hand, I'm horribly upset. On the other, I'm so proud.
On one hand, I'm fueled with rage.
Do we look cool?
You look pretty cool. Where are you checking first, Owie? You're the one driving. How good are you? How good are you at driving? Did anyone teach you how to drive? No one taught Owie how to
It
drive.
can't be that hard.
As you're speeding out, and you're like, you're scratching up the paint on either side of the tunnel leading out. As you're swerving, and there's like, as Kyoku's like, hey, can I drive?
You know how to drive?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's right.
As you switch seats, and she's a much better driver. The paint is irreparably damaged, it is scuffed up, and you get it repainted.
I half expected Ari to just run stuff over.
And where'd you say you were going?
Let's go with Kyoki since where total Mocha was kept.
All right. As you go to that familiar site of the old Backwater Boys hideout underneath the wall, and you're sitting at like that trap door that's now opened and cleared out. Oh, he might be down here. What do
Maybe
we
you
see
check
if
it out.
What if we say if we find him after that?
We'll figure it out when we get there.
I'm not good at talking to people.
Me neither, but we'll figure it out.
You're the leader. Your job is to talk to people.
I know, and not take a big thing with me, and I don't feel bad about it. So talk about it now.
Yes, she climbs on down and she ignites the flashlight on her shoulder, Kyle Crane style.
Crane? No, human.
As you're scrounging down in the tunnels, and you do see sort of a light from one of the things. As it's kind of blocked out. As there's just a ton of poison gas.
I have a feeling he's here.
I also have a feeling.
Ask.
As then it starts receding very rapidly, and then here, as like it starts to like flush out of one room in particular. Before it was like seeping into like the hallway and everything, and it all just recedes and then whooshes back out.
Yeah, I think it's him.
How do we get close to him?
Pinch
No, I mean like with the gas.
How does your light work?
It burns grim.
What if you use wind dust on your light?
I don't think that's how light works.
What if it
Howie.
turned into a vacuum?
She just looks at you. I don't know if that'll work.
If it doesn't, I can just try it.
As she tries to like use the light, and you just feel like there's big purple light emitting from the dust crystal that she holds. Feel faint breeze off of it because it's wind dust. Light isn't exactly solid.
I don't think it's working.
I don't think it is either.
Alright, you light my way. I'll wind dust this all out of the way.
Alright, she steps back.
I fucking hang avatar this shit.
Roll wind dust.
What do you roll for wind dust?
Consult the chart.
What color is it?
Green.
I'm alright at that.
Green dust. Agility.
Never
plus
mind, I'm
discipline.
actually garbage at that. It's only a +2. Oh no. Oh no. Did we get a rule of cool for finding him first try?
No.
Did we get a rule of cool for hot wiring that fucking motorcycle?
Yes, you get a rule of cool because you stole the motorcycle. And
Yeah, baby.
I am proud that you did not immediately destroy it.
It's impressive. 25.
It did not get destroyed, which is incredible.
I'm a good leader like that. 25.
Didn't destroy it yet. There's always the return trip.
Yet
true.
there's the
That's
return
true.
trip. Yeah, so roll it one.
I got 25.
25.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Ang avatar. This shit just fucking.
What does that mean?
I do like fucking.
I haven't seen
Cody never
Avatar.
watched Avatar. Cody never watched
Oh
Avatar.
shit. I do like whoosh with my hands, you know, like a fucking
I think I know what's going.
like you're like you do a bunch of like circle movements with your hand, you know,
Mhm.
to like move it out of the way in front of us. You know,
He has
okay,
all-
you know the Neo. I was about to call it the Byakugan's fucking tri-fist thing, the circle.
Yeah.
It's basically that, but with wind.
You're blowing wind. God damn.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, but and as you blow it all away, and he's like, "What the?" As he looks out into the what's it called? Into the hallway with like a lantern. Hey, what
Yeah,
are you guys
there.
doing here? We came to look for you because you never came back. Well, yeah, I didn't. You all right? Yeah, fine. Doing some training. You didn't come back to the dorm that night. Doing training in the night. He sort of looks at you, Aoi.
She knows about the thing.
Yeah, I would have expected. Look, look. If Mocha's quitting the team, then I need to get stronger to make up for it.
Did she say that?
Well, she never wants anything to do with me again, so I would assume.
Hmm.
And I guess, is it weird that I don't mind Azure? As Kyoki sort of like pipes, it's like, yeah, I mean, what, am I supposed to lie? Look, my parents died because of that. Because of something they did. And then she has the audacity to. No. No. She was right. I was responsible. I did kill a lot of people.
But you could control it.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to do now then. Just like home. Man. I even told Lace that my semblance was way stronger back in the tunnels. I guess I was right. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with it now. Because right now, I don't know if I want to use it anymore. Killed so many people with it, and now I just possibilities there. I could use it, and it'll could kill somebody again. That masked man. He said he needed that gas mask. What if I get somebody like that? You know, I give someone an asthma attack and they die. I don't want that to happen. I
And
became a huntsman because I wanted to protect people, not kill them. Man, why did I get stuck with this semblance?
uh, Azure, I don't know, but it's a really complicated situation. I know that. But what's important right now is that we have to save Mocha again because nobody's seen her.
That's not really surprising.
Yeah, but we don't, you know, it's kind of a guy after her.
Yeah, I guess so.
I understand the situation is resemblance, but now could be the time to actually use it for good to save someone.
Like she said, she doesn't. Well, she didn't really say much. She just punched me. I don't think she'd be too happy seeing me coming to her rescue.
You know what about Mocha? What do you think?
What did you say? You're quiet.
Kyoki knows more about Mocha. What does she think?
Well, I mean, you gotta give Mocha more credit, right? And Ash just sort of raises an eyebrow. Like, what? Come on, Mocha isn't a heartless monster. I mean, she's just really upset when she found out that you. Yeah, no, yeah. So, it's not like you two are enemies anymore. And she just like sort of looks over to Owie like, "Ugh."
You don't know she hates you until she says it. Uh, that's not really good. I thought Grease hated me for a while, so I just needed to like ask her outright, you know?
I think Grace still hates me now.
No, she's just like that.
Yeah.
Maybe Mocha's
Yeah.
like that too. I don't know.
Eric
But the point
kind
is
of.
that we won't know until we ask them ourselves. It's not about whether or not. It's not if you want to. It's because you're the team leader. You have to. You have to help her. Until she quits outright, you have to help her.
Well, I guess you're right. Yes, I do need to be team leader. As he just sort of puts his face mask down. All right. I guess I'll come with you guys. You do kind of know where she is, right?
No,
Hmm.
we just kind of drove here. I'm impressed we found you on the first try.
I mean, we thought you would be more comfortable in a place like this. And he just sort of raises a finger like, yeah, I guess, yeah, not wrong.
All right, team Azure. Team Ack. Let's go.
Team Ack.
Team Ack.
But where are we going?
Somewhere. I don't know.
We can't just wander around aimlessly,
So you
can
guys.
we?
That's what you guys did.
I think we can.
I'm sure we're bound to stumble upon the plot eventually.
But where do we go first?
If you were Mocha, where do you go?
And they just sort of look at each other, look back, shrug. That's
That's not very helpful.
Mocha's like Azure is kind of not from Vale. So I don't think she had any like hangout spots. Azure just sort of shakes his head. I mean, I don't.
Uh, Should like a GPS tracker or something?
GPS?
We should really put a bell on her.
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Let's just go. Let's just go. The longer we're here, the less we're burning daylight.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll just look around.
We'll figure something out. Let's go.
And you guys all go to the what's it called? You guys go to the bike. You start driving. Lace.
Hello.
Nice.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Hello.
You walk up the stairs and open the door to the balcony. And you don't find anything. It's just lightly fallen snow. Untread, even.
Not here either. Well, as he then checks the time, he'll head down to the garage to grab his bike.
Hey! Wait! Where's the bike?
Lace looks around,
It's
pulls at his.
you see a burned out skin mark and scratches on either side
A
of the
trail
tunnel
of
wall
pain.
down. A trail of pain.
Are those scratch marks recognizable?
It looks like that's your bike.
Are there any Thousand Beast impacts around here?
Would Allie use 1,000 beasts to bat the bike away from the different walls?
Probably. That sounds like something we should do.
Can Lace safely infer what happened here?
Okay, so it looks like evil, nefarious, dastardly Owie took the bike with someone. She kidnapped somebody, probably Paul, and then stuffed them in the sidecar, and then drove all the way down to Vale. But she can't drive.
Lace looks at like the carnage around here. Huh. I should not have taught her to do that.
You didn't teach her to do that. That's the reason why everything's so messed up. You didn't teach her to
No,
drive.
he was afraid to hotwiring a car.
Oh yeah, yeah, you did do that.
Maybe I should teach her to drive. I don't know if I have the budget for a second bike. Well, deep breath in, dust his hands. Time to go back to the air taxi as he's ready to head out.
And as you do, hold on.
I wonder what Bruce is doing.
Hey, Lace,
Hmm.
you get a call.
What's the caller ID say?
Hey, it's it's from Reggie.
Hmm.
What,
Open it up.
this?
Hello, Lay speaking.
Hey, Lace, we got a bit of a problem here.
Hmm. How big?
A little bit a bit of a murder.
What?
Again?
Okay, so, here's the thing. It's another Faunus.
Again?
Strung up at the top of the Church of Leventa.
What?
Yeah, it's kind of a big problem here. We're doing our best to try and contain the situation, but people are seeing. So look, we got someone on the inside. Alice, she's my sister. So she joined the convent a little while ago. She saw this guy, who was frequenting a Red Fang website, a little bit of forum, and she was reporting to me. And then when she was reporting to me, she came back from her little secret little hidey hole she reported me from, And then, yeah, the guy was gone. So we looked at the body. We looked at the body, right? It's weird. We think he choked to death, but he's got a bunch of puncture marks all over him.
All right, just keep the scene as it is. I'm on my way.
Yeah, look, I'm trying my best. Just get over here quick.
All right. God damn it. One thing after another. As Lister and booked to an air taxi.
Yeah, as you get on the air taxi and get all the way over.
They can't get away from murders for the life of us.
As you get there, there's a bit of a crowd who's like, and you see like the rabble rousers are kind of like pushing them back. They've all got on like, what's it called? They got like high vis jackets on and like hard hats, as if like in a vein, like a thinly veiled attempt to look official.
Look of it, yeah.
And they have like the other guys have like ladders, and there's some people like who have the body in like a body bag, and they have it pulled down like from like the top of like, and you see where there are very obviously like big spikes nailing this guy to the top of the Chapel of Leventa on the outside, and like you see like the bloody body bag, and you see Detective Harrington with his arm in a sling and his hand, which is missing a couple fingers, like writing down a couple reports as he's talking to Alice.
Lace is going to stride over with him, sort of almost with the coat dramatically swaying behind him as he pulls out his scroll and opens up it to a note page. All right, brief me on the situation. What's going on here?
As Red looks up at you, you can't really see his eyes because of the bangs. Should have known you would have been here. Alright, so you aren't squeamish, are you? Yeah, who am I kidding?
I grew up in Mantle. And
he unzips it, and you see him, and it's a cat faunus. Cat ears, big black cat ears.
Oh no!
And as you see that there are like puncture marks all over his body, like he was riddled with something. But the most striking feature is that around where the puncture marks are, it looks kind of it looks kind of pale, like more pale than the rest of the body around it. And you see as like his face is completely blue. As Red looks up. All signs point to asphyxiation, but it doesn't explain all the other wounds. And also, we didn't find any weapon. Besides those up there. And he points up there. As you see a couple of the rabble rousers are kind of pulling them out.
I have a question, like a meta question. Are all dust crystals around the same size?
The commercial dust is around the same size. It's about the size of I'm trying to think of a good scale. Like kind of like around phone sized.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit larger, a little bit long.
Lace reaches into his coat and pulls out like a black dust crystal and sort of lines it up with one of the puncture wounds.
Too large. The puncture wounds are too small.
Either the dust was small or it wasn't dust.
Yeah, commercial dust is usually that same size, which everyone sells. Although you can buy like bulk dust, and like dust grows in big ass veins. So you could have like it's like in the like seeing a dust crystal like in the color session where it was under the basement, that big ass like covering a whole wall. That's sort of something that grows naturally in like underground. And they will sometimes, like if someone wants like a big dust sculpture or something, they can get something like that. Like this is just common knowledge stuff. But like you can get different size dust, so that it's most commonly like that. It's just usually manufactured in that same way, and changing it is kind of hard because it's dust and volatile, and like dust manufacturers have a specific method they use to actually change into that sort of size and shape without exploding it. So
All right. How long ago was he found, and when was the last time he was seen alive?
And Alice looks up. All right, so this morning last night. It was last night he came in, and Mother Superior and I, we were working graveyard shift. We were just doing random chores. He came in, asked if he could stay the night. He seemed really, I don't know, weirded out that we allowed him to stay. And then we got him some
Not a
blankets.
Vale native?
No, he said he was in town because of the Red Oni fight. And so we got him in a cot, a couple of blankets on a pew. And then, as I was extinguishing all the candles for the night, I saw that he was on a Red Fang forum. Yeah, that was... So, I reported to Reggie, my dear little brother there, and then she does like a bit of a gesture to him about like just pointing at him, and he just waves it off.
You must be Alice, then.
Yep, I'm Alice.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
On the inside. Oh yeah. So trying to think.
Did he seem rested at all during the night, and did he contact anyone?
Seemed like he rested through the night. Did work graveyard after all, so I didn't see him get up or anything. Granted, he was on like the lower level, and I was at the top level doing a bunch of doors and rafters and stuff. But it was around morning, and Sunday. After all, he said he wanted to experience a Leventa sermon, so he did. Sermon went out, and he stayed and talked to Mother Superior about something, and then she went off into the back to grab some supplies to refill what we spent on the sermon. And then I went up into the rafters again. No, I was sleeping in the back. That's right, I was sleeping in the back. I wasn't supposed to. And then, heard some talking, and I thought just some people coming to pray. And then I heard some commotion. Not long, mind you. We didn't find any blood anywhere, and then next thing I know, he's gone. I don't think anything of it until someone starts screaming and hollering coming into the church, saying that there's some guy nailed up to the top.
And how long ago was this?
About...
The commotion, I mean.
Oh. Commotion was around... Around an hour ago. And when I found him, it was about half hour.
30-minute window. Alright then.
Yeah, the commotion happened, and then it stopped. I didn't really think of anything of it. No.
Just a dead stop. No die down or anything. No, stopping of sound. No, nothing.
Well,
not even footsteps walking away.
No, there were footsteps.
There were footsteps.
There were. It wasn't just an end, it was, they just ended their conversation. And then walked out. I just thought, not a heated conversation. You'd be surprised how many people come to complain at church. I know, right? And then...
So you'd say the conversation ended naturally and wasn't a sudden stop?
I don't know. I mean, arguments end pretty suddenly.
And you did hear the footsteps going away. Understood.
Yeah, they were kind of quick going away. I didn't really hear any signs of combat or anything.
And 30 minutes later, someone came in and saw the body.
Yeah, 30 minutes later after that, someone came hollering, screaming in here, saying that there was a guy strung up in front of the church. So
this
I
place
go
is
out.
frequented pretty often. Would you think that if, during that 30-minute interval, if anyone had gone by, they would have seen this?
Anybody, yeah. I mean,
Which means for that 30 minutes, he was not shown up.
I didn't think of it like that. I mean, all I thought was that it was just, Sunday after church. I mean, no one comes up to church after that little part on Sunday. But I guess you're right. I had a lot of time to keep him hidden. I didn't exactly hear the big doors open. Well, she points to the smaller door. Not that door, really. So, must have been around for a little while. Nothing was stolen, either. So, nothing was stolen, nothing vandalized. Drugs. This guy vanished and then showed up there.
I see. The person who saw this body, did you catch any description of them?
And that's them over there, and you just see like a high class woman in a dress, like talking to a police officer, like with a tissue. She's like an older, middle aged.
Understood.
Clutching a pearl necklace, like, oh. One of those old types. One of those old money types.
Oh dear. So, you just to get this story straight. He arrived last night. You spotted him going through some Red Fang forums, correct?
Yep.
And this morning, he woke up fairly early, after you were doing the graveyard shift. He said he wanted to experience the Leventa sermon, correct?
We went through the whole sermon.
Yes,
sat there,
okay.
Not really. He seemed to be listening pretty intently, but other than that,
And afterwards, he talked to the Mother Superior.
yeah.
And you're unaware of what they spoke about.
Now I have to ask her.
Right, and afterwards, she went into the back to refill supplies, yes?
Yeah, she, go through a lot of wine. Had to bring some up from the basement. Get it ready for next week. And, the midweek sermons and... never mind.
And 1 hour before our current situation, you heard a commotion with him and some other person, which then stopped and left with quick, sudden footsteps, right?
I mean, maybe not him. I mean, probably him considering. But, I just heard an argument. I didn't really think...
An argument.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it, about who was arguing with who. You kind of just tend to let it go after a little while. Probably was him, but I wasn't really paying attention.
And 30 minutes before now, she came in through the... Is that a side door or a front door?
Like there's the big oaken front doors, like the cathedral sized, and then there's the small door built into it,
Okay.
Sort of like the medieval castle doors where it's just like, oh hey, if you open up this little tiny door, you can get in without having to open up the big ass doors.
Yeah. And he was strung up out front, right?
Yes, in front of the stained glass window.
And she came in, told you about the body, and...
I ran out, saw it up there, strung up. I freaked out a little bit, and I called Reggie.
I see.
And then she called the police that. And Red looks over. And just to be clear, we checked. Killian has not left his cell or done anything other than complain for the past day.
Well, you've got my next question out of the way. You've already solved that. And I can safely assume you're not him. Sorry, joke in poor taste.
No, it's a fair enough question.
Detective, do we have a name for the victim? Or any form of identification? Any wallet, Lian cards, licenses, IDs?
Well, we did have something. A student license from Menagerie.
So we can safely assume he came from Menagerie and was born there, something like that.
Yeah, we ran it with some of the with the Menagerie Embassy. Yep, he's a Menagerie native, citizen and everything. For now, hasn't even left.
Do we have a name?
Yeah, Max.
Max. Any last name?
He flips through. Neku. Max Neku.
Understood.
So, what do you think?
Well, this impact, the punches, the skin around it is pale. It reminds me of something was injected.
Well, he points up. Might figure out what did it. As you see the two rebel rousers coming down from the ladders as they both hold up what was like through his like arms, like through his like elbow joint, like holding him up there. They look like it's like they look at it, they look up. I don't know what this is, boss.
Lace is gonna look at him.
They look like spines, but not like human spines, like animal spines, like big like bone spines that were embedded and broken off.
Lace is trying to pick one up. And then he does a side look to the thing. Don't worry, I don't have fingerprints anymore. As he then is going to turn it over in his hands.
Yeah, it just seems like it's not really a big spine. Like, if I had to describe how big it was,
Like, Lace is just does I say otherwise? Imagine Lace is taking pictures of everything.
Yep, I imagine. Let's trying to think of good. Like these are about the size of like one of those old school Coca-Cola bottles, like the glass ones. And you see some of the puncture marks are smaller. These are definitely the largest puncture marks on the body. The rest of them are a bit smaller. We look good over. Maybe perception plus discipline check.
Alright. Perception plus discipline. I assume we have no standing rule of cool?
No standing rule of cool.
19.
19. This thing smells weird.
He just did a few more sniffs. Can you place where the smell is?
Towards the tip.
Yeah. Sniff. Does it smell familiar at all?
No, it smells weird.
As if something was applied to it? Or it's just like that's a natural scent it has?
No, it's weird. Like, you look at it, and then Harrington comes over, and he's like, they're organic.
Lace is going to flip open his scroll, and he's going to quickly send out a few texts. First, he takes a few pictures of the spine from different angles, and is going to send it to Mina and say, does this look like any Grim biology that you recognize? And then he wants to text the other members of Team ARGYLE, including Steph, with the simple words, there's been another murder.
Oh man, it's crazy how I don't get this text.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And yeah, Grease, you are, walking around doing anything after searching, and after that schizo moment you had, and you get the text just from Lace that says there's been another murder. Steph, you also get this text while you're shopping.
Does Steph see Paul react to it as well?
Him and Paul had parted beforehand.
Oh, darn, okay.
Like, Steph kind of like grips his scroll, and like a few cracks kind of like appear in it.
Breaking the scroll.
Before he calms himself down, and he just kind of says the text, where?
Church of Venta. Someone find Aoi. She doesn't have a scroll.
And Steph, you're like, oh man, where am I gonna find Owie? You. He does these sit up, scratched up bike, and as everyone is holding on for dear life.
I still. Part of me wants to say Steph gets run over.
As they see them go past, as you see the bike start to and you hear it coughing and sputtering and starts slowing down. You could probably run and catch up to it if you really wanted.
Yeah. Steph just kind of looks at like his fucking shopping cart as he runs over.
Man, owie, this thing just died. I wonder why. Huh? The needle's pointed to E. Isn't that? Doesn't that mean to go extreme?
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
that means go east.
It means
No, I'm
east.
pretty sure it stands for extreme.
East. Actually, Steph grabs like a bag before running over to Howie.
He puts everything in a bag.
Howie.
Oh, hey, there's Steph, Owie.
How
Can
are
I
you
change the
doing,
music
bro?
to investigation music?
Yes.
Box 15, baby! Or is it box 16? Because this is the fucking second goddamn set of murders.
Good dude. Yeah. So does Howie say anything?
Owie,
Hey, Steph, how are you doing that?
Just,
how are you running so fast? Everything else is stood still.
Steph just kind of like fishes into the bag. Oh. He just mumbles something. He pulls out like a scroll, like a brand new scroll with like one of those like gift wrap bows on it, and hands it to Owie.
Hey!
There's
Oh, hey, there has been a murder.
Oh
Like,
no, not
yes.
again!
He was about to say, all right, that's the good news out of the way. Bad news, there's been another murder.
Not again!
He kind of just like looks at like what's wrong with the bike.
as Azure and Kyoki look, a murderer. As Azure looks.
What do you mean again?
What do you mean again? Yeah, what does it mean again?
This is like the third murder.
Third? How
Fourth?
many murders have you guys? Or how many murders have you guys been a part of?
Not a part of, we've been solving.
I've witnessed one. Anyway, he just like looks, probably possibly just sees it's empty. It's like looks like we're walking.
Just gonna leave it there?
So is there like a gas? No, is there like a dust station or something?
As you see, like a man standing at a cafe, like picking up cups from a table. He's really built, and he's got like a crew cut. He's like, he just looks, steals his gaze. He sets down the tray, rips off his apron, he's in like a tank top, wife beater, and like slacks as he walks and he slides over and picks it up. Don't worry, it's for the boss.
He's so hard boiled.
And then he runs off.
Well, that issue solved itself. As the Sith is going running towards the Church of Leventa.
Grease.
Overdrive, run.
You gonna overdrive?
Quit overdriving! I always slapped you across that. Quit overdriving.
No, I'm already gone.
You could get a taxi.
You could just get a car, dog.
Get a taxi.
Pay for a fucking Uber.
Okay.
Steph has already started running. He
I'm
is
already
off.
gone.
I shoot him in the
Already
back.
There's been a fifth murder. Sorry, sixth murder.
How many
Monaco-
fucking murders?
The Monokuma Bear Faunus comes out. It's like, all right.
Steph just does a fucking Family Guy death pose as he's shot in the back.
Quit overdriving!
Never. Yeah, they go to the church, I guess.
All right, and you guys are running there. All right, so
Grease isn't going.
Grease isn't going.
No, she's gonna text. She's gonna. You do that. She's gonna keep looking for Mocha.
Cool. Speaking of Grease, hey, let's focus on Grease for a little bit.
Yeah, 'cause
Since
she
she's
won't
not
get
going to the plot.
She won't get screen time otherwise.
And where's the? Are you just wandering around everywhere? Or looking
Yeah.
at any place in
Yeah.
particular?
Well, if the industrial district led to nowhere,
Mm-hmm.
mm,
And you gonna? Where do you go anywhere specifics? Because
I'm trying to think.
alright.
Agricultural or shopping? You should probably pick shopping, and then after that, agriculture.
You can go around to the shopping district, and
She's looking for places where she could mess with her, where a person could mess with a vehicle.
in the shopping district, you do see that there's a there's the Rusty Cog, the junkyard shop, which just has a bunch of junk shoved into a shop. As like the old crotchety guy is standing out like in front of the door and looking at the doorknob and the door frame, just like, and he's talking to a bunch of cops. Well, two. All the cops are somewhere else. Talking to two cops.
You should just
One looks
follow
really
the
one looks real
cops.
one looks really short and fat, and one looks really tall and thin.
Fucking Godskin duo.
It's those two cops from Gravity Falls.
And he just speaking gibberish, like all the crotchety old man noises, and they're just looking at each other like, they're like scratching their heads.
You hear him and shit?
Is he not saying anything?
No, they are. It's just that he's speaking kind of loud. He's just speaking more in grunts than anything, and then they're looking at each other really confused. Well, sir, you need to slow down and tell us when the break-in happened.
I am slow now. I'm pretty slow right now. I mean, I'm all I'm saying is, down the door while I was sleeping. I tried to get my shotgun. Man, it's like they were vanished gone like lightning. Like lightning. You ever seen lightning in a war?
They look at each other like, what? It's like, sir, you're gonna have to slow down more.
What do you mean I gotta slow down anymore? Are you being slow? What, you want me to fast? I can tell you to fast.
And they look at each other again. They pinch the bridge of their nose. And the fat one was like, and the skinny one's like, I swear, Norman, we always get the short end of the stick.
Norman.
Norm.
Grizzly just looks back. He walks up. He mentioned a couple of keywords.
I'm sure that has
Surprised you
nothing to
could
do with us.
I'm surprised you could understand that.
He walks up. What do you mean? She walks up.
And the two guys look over. Miss, this is an active crime scene. We can't exactly have you around. Yeah, Woody said.
Excuse me, can you repeat what you said again, mister?
Look, all I'm saying, they busted down the door, crash the thunder, then they come around. I try to get my shotgun, try to get it, and then they just flash like lightning going.
What did they look like? Was it two of them?
Well, there was two of them. One was a bit short, one was a bit taller.
Is
My
that all
miss.
you can discern?
Bit short, bit tall. One guy had a real big cloak on. Very dark.
Thank you. She just walks away.
How weird.
He turns to the other cops.
And all I'm saying, am I getting my insurance from this? I mean, I'll try to get it.
And he keeps paddling on, and they just look to each other again, like, this is gonna be the day.
Well, if that is them, I already checked the industrial district.
There are other places to check.
Well, if the cops came here, then that probably means that this happened about 30 minutes ago or so. Well, if nothing else is apparent in the agricultural district. Or in the shopping district.
Nope.
Then let's check out agricultural. And I think after that, maybe a wrap back to industrial.
Alright. And, you go into the agriculture district, and you look around and you see that there are some, like, it's muddy dirt roads. You see there's big, like, tire marks running in one direction.
I don't know what a dune buggy
I
tire
wonder.
looks like, but I think that it's big, so maybe I'll go check it out.
You keep following it.
Yeah, it's big tire tracks, so maybe that's akin to Mocha's thing. Hopefully. The Grease's assumption is that Mocha's upset, so if she were to do something, then she'd probably do it in relation to fucking with her dune buggy.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, the guy is also after her. So, bada bing, bada boom. Let's see what happens here. It's been about well, it's been at least 12 hours since we last saw her, so who knows what she could be up
It
to.
has. Follow the tire tracks and then lead up to the grim defense wall and lead out of it through like the big gate. Do you keep following or do you stop, look around a little bit?
She's gonna look around a little bit before continuing to follow.
Look around a bit. There's some guards looking around.
Am I gonna have to sneak?
And they look, and one of them's like, "Hey, Jim Bob, yeah, what are all these big ass tire tracks doing? Oh, they were here when I got here. They were here when I got here.
When did you get here?
Well, we got the lunch shift, don't we? Yeah, we got the lunch shift.
I probably won't allow that go by. Well,
What, you want to go through?
Hmm?
You want to go through?
I am taking an extracurricular course from Beacon. She holds up her student ID.
I mean, you can go. Yeah, you can go. I mean, just, after dark, not supposed to.
Thank
Go on.
you.
Yeah, no problem.
She walks.
You walk in. Tire tracks continue for a little while. And eventually they sort of stop as you reach the Forever Fall Forest. And it's just covered in red leaves. But you do see that one of the trees is like badly mangled.
Let fear rage, perhaps.
And
She takes a couple pictures.
and you see like underneath like a like the similar like the same tree. I mean, there's a bit of ash on the ground, and like some rocks that have been like pulled, seemingly dragged across the ground, set there.
Just set against the tree.
No, like one sat on one side of the ash, one sat on the other side. And like this is under the tree.
Like at the base of it?
Yeah.
Hmm. Doesn't appear they went anywhere else from here.
Hmm. From here, it does not, because the Forever Fall forest is forever falling, and it's also snowing. So any tracks that they would have left are gone.
Ooh.
Greece will keep this place in mind. Who is the dream catcher?
Steph.
Alrighty. Well, there are no tire tracks elsewhere. Grease has no clue how you could hide a rust bucket like that piece of shit.
Maybe you could try like dust or something. Dust maybe should help. I don't know.
For what?
Like to light up the tracks and then they could go follow other tracks. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, no, that's not the issue. It's that any track should be covered up by the leaves and snow.
Well, if you maybe you could use dust to light up the tracks that are being covered up.
No, but they've been covered up, so if it has lights on it, then there is nothing to show.
You don't have detective sense like that now.
No. Sadly, dust doesn't allow for that.
Well,
Not without
nothing to do. Then I guess look for it manually. Just look really intently.
She'll try her best. What does she have? Grace is gonna use some soft force dust to see if she can, like, move around. No. It was snowing too. Where the fuck do you take a dune buggy that isn't, like... The tires stop, there's no other tire marks. Where the fuck do you take a dune buggy? Did you assholes pick it up? Did you pick it up?
Mm.
Why would you pick up a dune buggy? Mocha, where the fuck did you place your ride?
Maybe you got time stop stolen.
I don't believe Grease can think of anything right now. She's gonna go to the Church of Lavenza, but only for Steph.
Only for Steph.
I'm gonna steal the dream catcher off him. And then I'm gonna come back here. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
Yeah, if she can't seemingly find anything currently. Like, if there's nothing like that's just like that she can't see, then she's just gonna see if the Dreamcatcher can help, since it could show memories and show memories.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe she could use some psychometry on the rocks here. No, on that tree.
Do you have what?
What?
Do you have psychometry?
That's what the Dreamcatcher does.
No.
Yeah, she's gonna go to the Church of Laventa because that's where she believes Steph is going, and she's gonna steal it off him. Not actually steal it, but I'm just gonna take it off your hands, sir. Yeah, that's what Grease is doing. She's gonna go now. Gonna go to where supposedly everyone else is.
All right. Hey, Steph, Owie, you arrive at a crime scene.
Yay, crime!
Looking around.
Ah! Where's Lace?
Lace is probably currently standing over a body.
Locate Lace.
Hey, Lace is in front of a really weird black bag, Owie. You should go over there and see what's inside.
He looks up. Ah, hello, you two.
Like, so he's gonna immediately like walk over to like the scene and like
Oh,
overdrive his eyes to see.
Oh, we hold up Azure. We found Azure.
Oh.
And by we, I mean I mean Kyoki and I.
Is Kyoki there? Kyoki's there too, right?
She's in the background
Yeah.
waves.
I didn't even
Hello,
realize he
you
was gone.
four.
I didn't even know he was gone. And so it's gonna like overdrive his eyes to see if there are anything, like any clues that anyone missed. As he just looks
Roll
around.
it. Roll it.
Let's go.
As Azure's like, there was a murder? But that's
So-
supposed to happen. You know, like,
You like-
we haven't had a murder besides, no, that was the Faunus murder.
Be like perception plus willpower. This one.
It's, what was it? Let me check the pins.
Pins.
What's detect? Well, that's perception plus discipline, Adam.
Perception. Perception plus discipline plus overdrive. Let's go.
It was over.
Jesus. All right. You know what? Since I'm using my summons, may I aura boost this?
Yeah. You can aura boost.
No. Important. 31.
Whew. Yeah. So, you see pretty damn good. You see, mainly on those bone spikes they're holding out and looking at, you see, it seems like there's like a liquidy residue on the tip of the spine.
There's like liquid or like residue on the tip here.
Is there? Good eye.
His eyes are steaming red right now as he's looking around.
You see like that same sort of residue on like the wounds, like deep in there, just kind of mixed with blood and gore and viscera.
Maybe when they were like stabbed, they got injected with this stuff.
Look at his neck. Do you see any signs of strangulation?
Examining.
No sign of strangulation.
Nope. Perhaps this was like a poison or neurotoxin.
Most likely.
That's what we thought too. And that's why I called Hayes, and Hayes is getting the, currently on leave, school nurse. Apparently they know a lot about medical stuff. She shrugs.
Well, I wasn't expecting a full party here so soon. But it's good that you arrived. Allow me to bring you up to speed on what happened. This is Alice. She is a friend.
Waves.
Nice to meet you.
She's one of the two who found the body. The body was nailed up atop the church, in front of the glass-stained window. He then points to one of the spikes, nailed with that, to be specific. Through the joints, mostly, but punctured through many different parts of his body. Cause of death seems to be asphyxiation, but not strangulation. About an hour before I arrived, he was, or rather I should say Alice, heard a commotion going on but did not investigate it, as such things are common. She can't be sure, but she assumes it was this man. Matt Sneku, by the way, that's his name. Apparently, he was browsing Red Fang forums last night when he first arrived. He came from Menagerie to see the Red Oni fight. And then, 30 minutes before I arrived, a person discovered him strung up and reported it to the church.
So you think it's like, so you think like the underground hunters did this, or was this like?
No.
It,
Detective Harrington confirmed that shape-shifting fool is still locked up. The only thing he's been doing is complaining.
Wouldn't he have like associates?
Unlikely. Not to arriving so soon, especially not after we took down the last one. And he seems the type to work alone. Besides, look at the body. No trophy was taken.
No trophy was taken.
Yeah, looking at like the bone spikes, like another fondness at this, like an internal power struggle or something.
Perhaps. The bone spikes, they are organic. I've sent pictures to Mina asking if she has seen them before. Perhaps Grim Biology.
Yeah, she does get back to you.
What'd she say?
She says, I didn't know Grim. Any Grim that has spikes like that would make it its main like defense or offense strategy, and it won't be that small. It'd be way bigger for a Grim, being way bigger than like a person.
Wasn't from a Grim.
And also, the spines like dissolve after a while because like because Grim dissolve.
Yeah.
And like there are certain things like whenever a Nevermore shoots its like feathers and they stab it in the ground, like at that point like they'll stay for a little while, but after a while like they'll stop, they will stop like doing whatever and then they'll just disappear. And this has been here a while. It should have disappeared by now.
And yeah, something was just gonna add like I doubt like a Grim would be in the middle of the city.
My thought was maybe someone used parts of a Grim, but of course I suppose that wouldn't really work considering they dissolved. Obviously a Grim wouldn't do this specifically.
So, well, likely either a fondness at this or someone who really likes using bone weapons.
Oh, time stop.
That does actually bring up a good point, Aoi. And yes, perhaps it was the Red Fang who did this. I can't be sure. But that's what we're here to investigate. But Aoi, I think you might actually be right about the time. That time stopping might actually be right. I've been looking into things, and apparently temporal dust has been involved with a lot of things.
Oh.
And one of the problems with time dust is that those who are in stop time cannot breathe. This is just wild crackpot theories, but he shrugs. It could be involved somehow. But that is a question for later. We don't know yet, so going on wild theory tangents isn't not advisable.
So is this like terrorist related?
Either that or it's related to the masked man. But given the fact that his teleportation, he puts in quotations, seems to work on dust and the relation to time dust, I think we can safely assume Mocha may have been right, and you may have been right. He does, in fact, use time stopping using time dust.
Well, I guess that explains why he couldn't use it anymore when we disabled dust.
Indeed. But that doesn't help us too much. At least we know what he's doing. Still don't know who he is, but hopefully we can set him down on it eventually. For now,
if
you
we,
crime scene to investigate.
yeah, and besides, if any of us encounter without Peter, we're probably screwed.
But why a Faunus again?
That's what I hope to find out. Steph, Aoi, Aja, Kirky. If you four should investigate the church itself, look for physical evidence. Steph, your overdrive is perfect for this.
Yep.
Find anything you can. I'm going to interrogate the witnesses.
And Azure and Kyoki are just like, okay. As they walk into the church.
Time to investigate.
Aja,
Detective
Kirky,
mode.
welcome to your first murder investigation.
Oh man, this sucks. And yeah, everyone filters out, and then Lace, you're still outside?
Yeah, also, sorry, was Steph saying something?
Yeah, it's Steph.
Nah.
Alright.
You'll be surprised how many times you have to do this.
Yeah, Lace is still outside. He wants to go talk to the woman.
All right. As you're still outside here. Hey guys, am I late? I guess I'm a little late.
He looks over.
And you see a sort of average height man with blonde hair, blue eyes. His hair done up in a bit of a don't know how to really to describe it. He's got a bit of dark circles under his eyes, and he wears a black sweatshirt with a rabbit on it. Hey, you sent me here.
The nurse.
Yeah, school nurse, John Ark reporting for duty.
Wait, I'm fucking. What?
Hold
Excuse-
on.
what?
Hold on a
Excuse-
moment.
what?
Go back!
Huh?
Go back! Go back! What?
Rewind. What did you just
What
say?
the fuck?
What did you just say?
Pardon? Pardon?
Repeat that.
Pardon?
Do we get a run back on that?
Repeat that
Pardon?
slowly. Repeat that slowly.
Beacon school nurse, John Ark reporting for duty.
That's not.
Oh man,
What?
this is as he tilts his head back. Hey, it's a long run here.
This feels weirder than talking to Dav Cool.
This is so. What?
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
A pleasure to meet you, Miss. This feels so weird. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Dark.
No, it's not it. This
That
isn't-
feels weird to say. It
Oh,
feels
oh,
wrong to say.
As he walks over. Yeah, I heard there was like some wounds that needed to be looked at.
Yes. A corpse.
Okay.
Are you familiar with poisons and all?
Poisons? Yeah, kinda. But usually my semblance is able to just get rid of that, so.
He does have a healing semblance.
He walks over and sort of looks down at it. And he rubs his eyes. Ah, man, my eyes probably look super bloodshot right now.
because you're a drug addict.
He looks
crackhead
down.
John.
He crouches down, looks at it, puts on some medical gloves. Hey, I didn't try to give him the Ethan Winters look. I tried to give him the look he has in the later volume.
Ethan Winters.
Piero Winters.
Piero Winter.
Pure
And,
Redfield.
And he puts on some gloves and he looks at it and he sort of opens up the wounds a little
What
bit.
the fuck is this?
So,
And he
Why
looks.
is he what?
He looks over and he pulls open like the mouth a little, looks down.
I was like tired. I was like falling asleep, and then John Ark fucking came over here.
And he looks down. Nope. Blockages. No marks around the neck. No even pinching of the aorta. As he looks. Well, whatever it was, and he looks up to like the bone spikes. That looks up. Looks at it, and his hand turns around in his hand. He sniffs it. Yeah. Smells like drugs. But like, not the same. So you know how like anesthetic is a thing for a reason?
Yes.
I think what we have here is poison. What is it? Bone spikes? I don't know.
Oh, dude.
Poison bone spikes with a paralytic agent. Paralyzes the lungs, throat. Can't breathe.
No time stop then.
Time stop.
Don't worry about it. Paralytic agent, you say? Are you
So-
familiar with it at all? Where it could have come from?
Well, whatever it is, and he picks up the bone spikes and looks at it. He traces like a bit of like the porous material at the end. This thing is meant to be broken off.
But why some random faunus?
You see, like hollow bones. Well, no, our bones are like more solid. Of course, they got like pores in them and stuff, but they're more solid. This thing right here is all more. It's meaning material is supposed to pass through it, and it looks like these things are not meant to be exactly structurally sound. So, like a spike, you know, like he snaps his fingers. Man.
Like an Evermore's feathers.
Yeah, kind of like that. And Nevermore are just like feathers in general. They can be plucked off and they regrow.
Do you think it came from an animal, or perhaps a faunus?
Considering the size, probably a faunus. Animals like that aren't
Like
grim
Steph's
don't really
right.
get that hot, get that big. So you know, he shrugs. Well, it looks to be here is a faunus that is able of producing a paralytic agent.
Lace gives a brief update to the group and confirms Steph's theory to him, like the rest of the group. All right then, a faunus is a paralytic agent, and these spikes, you know where they might grow on the faunus's body, so we know what we're looking for.
Well, without even looking at the faunus, I mean, the easiest place would be the arms, legs, shoulders, maybe? And he shrugs.
Appendages. How quickly do you think they'd grow back? These seem stockpiled.
Regrowing, given enough, you know, food intake and caloric balance. Yeah. I'm so tired. As he rubs his eyes. Man, staying up all night and taking care of a kid is.
What?
Oh my god, don't you tell me.
Ethan Winters!
Even winter.
Winters.
He continued
I'll
to
get
make
you
me
back,
alone.
Rose!
He did it!
Oh, you're a father.
Yeah.
With who? Who's the wife? Who's the wife?
We already know. We don't even need to ask.
No, it could be. He
No,
could be a
Farrah's
monster.
She's not allowed to be happy. It can't be.
Ask him, bastard.
Ask him.
Why? I have reason to. Lace doesn't.
I don't care. Do it anyways.
Damn it, Lace. We need to know.
Lace, we need to know.
I need to know.
Good for you.
Please tell me.
Who's the lucky lady? Who's the lucky lady?
Hey, remember that old cereal before it got like taken over and rebranded by the Crimsons? Yeah. Marion is supermodel, ain't that great?
Yeah!
We did it! We fucking did it!
My girl, I'm so proud of it.
Yeah,
She's
but
not
who knew
dead!
Who knew I'd
We
lose
did it!
this much sleep over it? He rubs his eyes.
Lace pats him on the back. There. I know the feeling. Not literally, but you know.
He
taking
looks
care
it's
of a kid.
really weird, like
Not the getting married part, but the taking care of a kid. Kind of.
man, that young, jeez. New age is really weird.
It's how it is in Mantle.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy
Some
for
other
you.
pumpkin broad.
So, speaking of the Crimson, there's actually a Crimson here today.
Hmm?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Okay, inside now.
Oh, the new model?
Yes. She's a good friend.
Cool. Yeah, and he goes back to look at the body.
Awesome! I'm married
Awesome.
though.
Anyway,
Okay, so yeah, looking for a faunus is able to produce a paralytic agent. They used it by stabbing bone spikes in.
Right then. And how quickly do you think they'd grow back?
It all depends. Depending on their caloric intake. Depends. Maybe. Given they were able to do something like that, and he gestures all the multitude of stab wounds. 28 stab wounds!
28
Stab wounds.
And, well, like,
Don't want to give him a chance.
probably grows back pretty fast.
Right.
So they could be an hour since it happened. Probably regrowing a few by now. Probably fully regrown by now, actually.
Great. Right then. Anything else you can tell about the body? Time of death, perhaps?
Time of death? About an hour ago.
An hour ago.
Well, you know, hour and a half ago, probably by now at this point. It looks
So-
like he was mainly paralyzed beforehand. Couldn't exactly speak with a paralyzed throat. Couldn't exactly run with paralyzed legs. Couldn't exactly pump, well, oxygen, paralyzed lungs, and certainly couldn't pump blood with a paralyzed heart. So just kind of died. Didn't even bleed out. Explains the lack of blood anywhere, but other than that,
The paralytic agent, it would lock up the muscles rather than make it go limp, right?
yeah, I believe so. Sort of like you know, whenever you sit your arm too long in one spot, it kind of feels weird to move and doesn't want to move. Kind of like that. Kind of paralyzes them, sets them.
Lace writes a few things down. He
Man,
looks over. Oh. Anything else, Mr. Ock?
given the correct dosage, probably looks like they got him while he was speaking, so he was breathing out. The lungs are sort of collapsed here.
During a fight. I'm aware of the time of death now.
Well, I guess that's better than an alternative. If they had paralyzed it while it was when he was breathing in, lungs probably would have continued to fill with air until they broke. Just a theory, though. I don't know exactly how this thing.
Technically, I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it
Yeah,
works.
no, it's not how it works. Because we work on pressure volumes, and once we hit a certain
We
pressure,
do
can't
have
take
the
anymore.
we do have the biology kit here.
Your lungs wouldn't burst from that. You just stop.
Yeah,
Eventually, the atmosphere, the pressure gradient in your lungs would equal out to the atmospheric pressure, and then you'd stop taking air.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work. Like you said, probably not. And then, and then John doesn't know either. He doesn't know what this is.
John doesn't know how pressure gradients in the body work.
Yeah,
He's really tired with all that fucking all that fucking he's doing.
No,
Hey!
you can just end the sentence there, buddy.
All you have to do is end it a few words later. And it
He's
wouldn't
really
matter.
tired from all that fucking.
John, it's 3 p.m.
I want
Yes.
another kid.
Yes, honey.
Based.
Sounds rather grisly.
Mm-hmm. Yawns. Well.
Do you have anything else to say about the body, or?
Not about the body. I think I've gathered all I can. Besides, cutting him open. Now that's a job for a coroner, not a school nurse.
I don't know. I think
Oh.
you should cut him open.
By the way, and he holds out his hand, which is currently gloved and has a bunch of blood on it. John Ark, school nurse of Beacon.
I'm aware. You've introduced yourself already. Please
Yeah.
just nod and doesn't shake the hand.
He looks at his glove. Oh yeah, right. He like shakes it. He like just tries to shake it, like as if it's gonna pull the blood off. I'll be a
Lace.
school nurse.
Lace shakes his hand, and then probably in plain view takes off his gloves afterwards and like balls them up. It just puts him in. It just puts him in one of his coat pockets.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry.
Well, I am Lace Ariadne, Beaton the student.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I guess Hayes really likes you or something.
Probably because I invested all the murders around Beacon.
Yeah.
And Vale. Surprising
Well-
amount. You'd be surprised how many occur here.
Oh yeah. He scratches his head. You see, he goes to it's like, oh, then he takes the gloves off, sort of balls them up,
You know, say Lace throws like a web up and stops him from doing that.
and then he scratches his head. Yeah. So, any of you guys hurt? Any weird scratches you don't want?
Lace like looks over, like towards the church where the others went. I mean, I think they're all right, and they might have gotten into a motorcycle crash, knowing them. But I mean, they can walk it off. We've been through worse.
Yeah. Well, as long as you've got aura, my aura ample.
Or amplification.
Yeah, technically I'm using my aura, channeling your aura into mine, and then bouncing it back to double. And that healing factor is like crazy. And that's usually what I heal. But of course, you know, a lot of people when they get hurt really bad usually have their aura broken. So I kind of had to study this, and I guess that's why Hayes is getting me on a murder case.
I have some questions for you later, but for now, well, I think we're good here.
You good? All right. And then he walks off, and you hear footsteps leave, and you hear footsteps come right behind you. Grease has arrived on the scene.
Grease has arrived.
Lace-
Grease has
Lace
left the
turns.
scene.
Oh boy, it's one thing after another. Hello, Grace.
Hello. Walks past.
Goodbye, Grace.
All right, and
We'll
we'll
leave
cut.
a question it.
We'll cut to Allie and Steph, as you guys are inside the church.
Investigating,
What were we supposed to do in here?
looking for clues.
Ah,
Steph's also gonna take breaks in between, so his eyes don't blink him out from overdriving. He takes like a few breaks and then overdrives it again, just to make sure he doesn't miss anything.
Yeah, the most you see is that there's the carpet in the center aisle. You see that's pushed up against one side, as if someone fell over and pushed the carpet to the side.
So, peek under it, just in case.
Peek under it. There's nothing there. It's just removed.
All right.
And you're looking around as you hear a voice that goes, "Ah, you must be the a little young to be detectives."
Oh,
As you look up, and then Sister Christina or Mother Superior Christina, the older woman in the nun outfit with an eye patch.
It's nice to meet you, sister.
we're at detectives in China.
Good to start young. Well, you hear about that murder, that dreadful thing.
Yeah. Do you know where the victim was last before he got to that scene?
Well, I believe Alice was the one who saw him last, but I am the one who spoke with him last.
What do you talk about?
Well, he was insisting on joining one of the sermons, and after the sermon, he had a lot of questions, like a child. Sort of, well, who is Laventa? Why did Laventa create humans? Does Laventa hate Faunus? I told him no, she does not hate. And answered a few more questions.
Is there anyone else suspicious during the sermon?
No, not that I would know. Oh, there's people in this chapel. It is the Grand Cathedral, after all.
Hmm.
Does this church have cameras?
Sadly, no, we do not.
Hmm.
That has been a matter of such debate in meetings and budget allocations.
Yeah.
A lot of our shareholders don't really care for security measures. Most of them just want gilded cups that we serve their wine in. Fancier carpets, better incense burners, better incense, refurbishings, more stained glass. These upper class types are so. And she shakes her head. So spendy.
I figure you don't really need. Well, you shouldn't need that much to worship Venta, but
We shouldn't. We shouldn't. After all, I mean, and I suppose that is sort of a political or theological aspect as well. They want the grandest cathedral in their district, and Vale wants the grandest cathedral to rival Mistral's. But I don't really care about all that draddle. Security cameras are for things like this. It doesn't matter if you have the best gilded goblet around that Lavetta herself drank out of. What matters is if we can stop the guy who steals it.
exactly.
You'd be surprised how many upper class snobs ask me if they can buy parts of the chapel.
Why?
Yes, buy.
Yeah, like why?
I have no idea because it looks fancy.
Yeah. We'll carry on this discussion later. I feel like we have a lot of ground to talk about. But do you know where this Alice is?
Well, I believe she was just talking to the detectives outside.
You go walking outside. No, thank you.
Grease, you reach for the door handle, the door opens. Steph,
Hello.
you're looking at Grease.
Hello, Grace.
Do you have the Dreamcatcher with you?
No.
Thanks for nothing.
I'm not sure I should be carrying around an ancient artifact on my person like that, but alright. As he goes to find
Technically,
those.
considering it's being wanting to be apprehended, you'd want to keep it on your person
Yeah, Steph, why would you just leave it somewhere
with no one there.
to defend it? That's
In the
Steph!
In the middle of Beacon Academy, one of the most evented places in the city. So I was going. And also, he just kind of shows under his pocket a replica of the Dreamcatcher. So yeah, keep that conversation on the down low, just in case. I guess
Great.
What do you need it for, Grace?
I needed it for a way to look for Mocha. And I had assumed that Steph would have it because we left it with him.
Steph is going to leave.
Where are you going?
He's going to find Alice.
She's just outside talking with Harrington.
Do you know do you know how the victim walked here, what his path was?
What? No?
Hmm.
I mean, last night we saw him walk in and then he just stayed here.
Stuff's gonna look around the doorway and how the victim could have walked to the scene to get killed.
That's a lot of snow.
Hmm?
That's a lot of snow.
Any traces of blood from being punctured?
No, it doesn't look like there are any marks on the door or on the ground or anything.
And I guess it snows after that. How long ago was the murder?
About now, like 2 hours.
And it snowed it snowed afterwards.
It's been like it's just snow everywhere because it's middle of winter, and there's like snow lightly falling. It's just there was already snow there. It's a high traffic area.
Hmm.
Shovel like snow was shoveled to the side on the walkway, and
Actually, yeah, the victim was like basically pinned to like the wall, right? Or like crucified.
yeah,
Like
higher
so,
up.
I can like try to look towards like that wall and see if there's like any like handprints or like any signs of like someone trying to climb up it.
Looks like
I figured if like the wall is like frosted over, it'd probably be easier to spot like handprints or something.
Let's see. No, not in the wall.
Nothing.
Nope.
Wait, was the victim like pinned with like the quills, or were they pinned with like something else?
No, they were like through his elbow joints, pinning him there.
All right. I guess like anything else? Like any other things you could possibly see with overdrive eyes?
It's not that there's a lack of information; it's that there's just too much. It's such a high traffic area that anything that like footprints or anything would have just been swallowed by the masses.
Yeah. I must believe. Yeah, there's not really much you can really do then. Yeah, there isn't really anything new you discovered.
It doesn't look like there's anything left here.
Yep. And that's it for Steph.
Well, nothing to do.
I'm back.
Cool. Grease, you, what are you doing now that Steph has just given you the terrible news that he doesn't have it?
Well, I kind of wanted to find Mocha tonight. But I've hit a dead end. And I think I need some psychometry to help give me some ideas. It's not here then. Well, I'd like to get it, but I don't know.
I mean, you could go get it. You just have to ask Steph where it is.
I mean, what's in Steph's room?
You have to ask Steph.
Did you put it somewhere other than your rooms? Is fucking Stefan?
No, it's definitely in his room. Hidden.
I'll get if I find it within 5 minutes. I'm gonna tease you for it. Well, Grease wants the Mocha plotline to be resolved, so she's gonna go get it. You guys can handle the murder plotline. Grease is not good at detective work, anyways.
Why do we have so many fucking murders?
So many goddamn
I don't know.
murders.
I want to handle the kidnapping plotline though.
Can't have shit in Vale.
Grease is not good at
Bye,
Grease is not good at detective work. She has 1 perception. She's not good at detective work.
Yeah, and Aoi is?
You have more perception than her.
I've just been
So-
overdriving my eyeballs. My eyeballs.
And can anyone else do that?
Huh.
Yeah, Grease is gonna go back to Beacon.
Alright. You're just going.
Oh wait, would she notice that Azure and what's his name right here? Kyoki?
Yep, they're there. They're inside. So if you looked around any when Steph opened up the door,
I mean, she'd probably look around a little bit and kind of like,
kind of like, what the hell's going on here?
more
hell's
like
going on here?
like looking, surveying what's happening around here, as like a person who's not involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever Steph brings the news, she's like, okay, well, like doing that, goddamn, like type of look around. She's gonna walk up to them.
If the Dreamcatcher gets stolen, I'm gonna bully you for
They're
it.
looking around. They're like looking around the rafters because Kyoki is acrobat and can do that. Azure just, oh, shit.
Looks like you've been found.
Oh, I'm yawning.
Get some sleep, Azure.
Don't yawn. Don't lean too far off while you're yawning, Azure. You'll fall off the rafters.
It's like, huh. Hey, Grease.
It's good that you've been found.
I guess so.
How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
I wouldn't suppose you two would know if Mocha has any places she likes to frequent.
Well, we already been talking about that with Lace, Maui, and Beth. Mocha really doesn't have anywhere to go, which is more worrying than the fact that the masked man is out there. Cause like, what is she eating? Where is she like sleeping? Is she just like homeless in an alley?
Alley.
Well, I imagine if living conditions under a gang is anything to take into account, she probably frequents tents.
Tents?
I mean, I'd imagine so. If it's a notorious gang like that, they'd like to move around. I can't really know though.
No, you're right. The nomadic gangs of Vacuo. Nomadic. Big war machines, little dune buggies, cars with big sticks that go bang on them. That sort of thing. Move and set up camp at different spots.
Meaning that she would be very well versed in survival by herself.
Yeah,
She'll be fine in that regard.
I guess.
I found a lead for her, but
You did? Wait,
No,
and
it's-
Kyoki jumps forward.
potentially
Where is it?
forever fall. I found tire tracks that I can only presume off-road that I can only presume would be made by her. And when I went to wherever the tire tracks stopped, there wasn't a dune buggy, and there was a busted up tree. I can only assume that she's likely been there.
That sounds like Mocha. Breaking shit. Breaking stuff. He didn't swear that much.
Azure doesn't swear.
doesn't.
However, I don't know where else it could have gone. There was no dune buggy, nor any other tracks I could discern. And if there were, they'd be covered up by leaves and snow by now. I had to come
Well,
here
wait.
and hope that someone would have something that would with this, but
The Dreamcatcher, right?
yes. I was hoping Steph would have it since we left him to it, but he had hidden it somewhere. Which is understandable, it's just a little inconvenient.
Well, then we gotta go get it, right?
That's what I was planning on doing, yes.
There is an expert around here who's an expert on breaking into Steph's room.
Stuff's.
I was actually
His specialty B&E tools, lefty and righty.
I was actually planning on leaving right now to do it. I'm not great at these. Go like thinks for a moment. Frowns. In any case, if you'd like to go with me.
Yeah, I'll go. As Kiyoki steps up, and she looks over at Azure. I think I'll stick here and check the rafters.
Nod. Be careful. With that. He just walks away.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get an air taxi here so we can grow up the beacon? It's understandable, Steph. It's just a little inconvenient.
All right, and Kiyoki, and you get a taxi to the Central District, and then you get from the Central District a taxi over to the over to Beacon, because air taxis are only ever really needed to get to Beacon and back.
Yes.
It's a monopoly.
And let me see.
I'm gonna go up the beacon, go to Steph's room.
Okay, you go upstairs, you go into Steph's room, you get into the elevator,
Oh, we're here.
and Hayes is like, "Whoop! Hold the elevator." As he sits there, he's just sitting there. So, what's going on? What's going on?
How much do you know of the whole situation that's been happening in the past 24 hours?
Oh yeah, of course I know everything about it. Just a quick question. What are you going up to? You going up to my office? Or...
Steph's room.
Yeah. Why are you going up to Steph's room? That's the question. That I'd ask you.
I need the dream catcher.
Cool.
I presume he's hid it somewhere in there.
Oh, probably.
I found a lead on where Mocha possibly went.
Really? Where could that be?
Forever Fall. Somewhere in that area. I don't know where they could have possibly gone next.
Well, that's good. At least getting somebody to actually get to Mocha. I know Lace is a little bit preoccupied with that whole murder case.
Nod.
Well, this elevator ride's pretty long.
Did you not construct a beacon to be this large?
Nope, I just always find it longer when there's people here. And it goes ding, and the door's open to Steph's room. Cool. I guess this is your stop.
Wow, I can't believe the elevator just opened straight inside of Steph's room.
It's a little hallway before then.
Yeah, a little hallway and then a door. And, yeah. Kyoki steps off and goes over. Alrighty then. I will, see you guys later then. As you see, like, the elevator door close and you hear the elevator go back down. And, Kyoki opens up the door. Hmm.
Is that not locked?
She points to the door frame where it's slightly broken. Looks like something bust the door down.
She like stops to think for a moment before putting her head in her temples. We left it with the guy whose room isn't even fixed.
Owie.
What?
Grease
You're a
just
doll,
walks in.
Owie. We all love you.
Damn right.
Grease just walks in. She's not clean.
It kind of smells like weeb in here.
Sweat and sadness. She's gonna look for it. I know Steph isn't like a dirt ass weeb, but she handles everything like with 2 fingers, just in case.
Just in case.
Pokemon
Okay.
gone.
Where do you look? There's a bed. There's some cabinets. There's a closet. There's the TV stand. You got a is that a? I forget. Did he have a kotatsu in his room? He did. He had a kotatsu. There's some posters on the wall.
Grease looks behind the posters.
There's this one girl who has like the exact same shade of purple hair you do, and it's kind of weird.
Does he have the bunny girl Ramseth commission?
Yeah.
Does he have that as spin up?
Yeah.
You fuck. You're fucked.
And you look behind all the posters.
Yeah.
Nah, it's just wall.
I'm trying to find like I think what would be a Steph place to hide something?
Behind the poster.
Within an
Steph.
anime case.
It's like fucking Da Vinci's Code. I have to fucking lay down upside down on his bed to see the secret peel underneath his TV stand. Looks under the bed.
There's like some like boxes. You open one up. It just seems like it's some old clothes and like just some random stuff that he never really bothered to unpack. Slide it back under. It's not in there.
Behind, she's gonna check behind and like under furniture, and like open up drawers.
You open up a drawer. There's a couple of like jackets.
She
Some
makes sure to
little-
look under the clothes.
Yeah,
Look
there's
under the-
I was just about to say, there's also like a knife with a comb sticking out of it.
Oh yeah, it's like one of those switchblades, but instead of a blade, it's actually a comb. You're looking under all the clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a detection check.
It was like if I were Steph, who is a young teenage boy hiding something from other people, would you possibly hide it in your drawer underneath your clothes, possibly wrapped up in a bundle of one of them?
Wrapped up in your underwear. They'd never think of it.
Why is this sock rock hard?
No, no. No.
Is there like a help action and can Kyoki do it?
Yeah, she's rooting through.
What does it do?
Press the Kyoki button.
Yeah, it gives you a little bonus at the end. Just roll it.
How much of a bonus is it?
Would you roll?
I rolled an 11, dude.
You're rolling 11.
Oh, Grease.
I'm not good at detection. Like I don't. That's why I need to use the magic tool to help me with
Magic
it.
tool.
I'm not good at looking at things. This is Grease whenever I spent the fucking attribute point to put into perception. Once upon a time, she was worse.
As Kyoki rummaging through it, she starts throwing some of Steph's clothes. It's not here.
Why is the why is this magical go figure in a jar?
Oh no, this investigation gets worse by the minute.
No.
It's just in a jar covered in brown liquid, and he just put like fucking hydrochloric acid in it. And the brown is from fucking
I'm
the colors
I'm not-
flicking off.
listen, I'm not that kind of weeb.
Well, you can't deny what we're saying, so it sounds like you are.
Yes, I can.
Uh,
Yes, I can.
Kyoki, please look for it.
As long-
As Kyoki looks at the closet, as she opens it up, there's a lot of clothes. She like jumps in and like Narnia. She just disappears in the mass of clothes and she just rooting around.
She just like frowns. She like frowns like just seeing her fucking like knee deep in the clothes. Like, why are you in someone else's clothes like that? That's weird.
Weird.
I need
You're
to get all the
weird.
little nooks and crannies in the closet.
Every
Use your light to shine on it.
shine a light.
Oh yeah! And then there's the big
Light.
purple light shines out from inside the closet. Nothing in here. Can you just ask Steph?
No, but then you
Text,
will have
text.
touched the weird stiff sock for no reason.
The sock is that sock does not exist. You are wrong.
Picks up the stiff sock, tosses it in disgust, and whips around like a boomerang.
No, don't you dare make that cannon. Don't you dare make that cannon.
Steph,
I will
where
kill you.
did you hide the dream catcher? Question mark.
You did the sense closet. Great. Like closet. Gray bulky coat. Unzip it.
Looks over, unzips a coat. It's just hanging there on the coat hanger.
Grab it.
Yeah, you can feel it. Pulses with arcane energy.
I was having this whole thing where I made it.
But you don't know it's arcane magic.
This
It
whole
pulls with semblance energy.
Semblance energy. I was having this whole thing, in case like the mass made attack. It's like, haha, it was actually a decoy all along, and now this Beast just says it.
I need it for my investigation.
Pain.
Besides, your door is broken and your window is busted.
Well, it took you guys long to. It took you guys too long. Find it.
Imagine, but what if it was someone that would just like break shit? We're not breaking your shit, Steph. It's time to leave. Grease is gonna. Grease is gonna carry a purse, but is gonna let Kyoki keep it.
Kyoki keeps it.
Yeah, Kyoki, you have it on your person. Like, stick it under your shirt or something.
Alright. Keep it on your abs. It'll intimidate everyone.
It'll keep it warm.
Keep it warm. Victoria's secret compartment.
Or I don't know, Kyoki. Like, I'm trying to like make a decoy plot here. Like, oh, you thought it was in the purse, but it was actually on Kyoki.
He was
Never
actually
heard of it.
Kyoki's abs.
Decoys on top of decoys on top of decoys. Nothing is real.
We're just gonna
Everything
keep
is
it in-
permitted.
Just gonna keep it in a bag. Alright, let's leave now.
Walking out.
Grease makes a mental note to fucking fix this shit ass room, which was made worse after Kyoki destroyed it.
Kyoki destroyed it, not you.
I can assure you, I did not touch a thing.
Ace detective, more like ace defective.
More like stupid. More like more like stupid. More like stupid. Ace defective.
We're like ace defective.
What? You'll never find my main.
You will never find my way.
You
As-
fool. I have 700 alternate accounts.
Yeah, as by this point it's properly dark out, and hey,
Go invisible.
yeah, Grease, Kyoki, you guys make your way over to the over to where you found the ashes and the busted up tree. I'm gonna need some tense music for what's about to happen.
I have bought 16. That's not tense.
Hmm.
Can Grease make a Twilight Zone? Like a big Twilight Zone. And use light dust to camouflage it with the rest of the... Like, not in a way of like, not in a way of like, for invisibility, but like, to blend the Twilight Zone with the rest of the background so it doesn't like, so it can't be noticed or seen.
Make me a semblance roll.
I'm doing this just in case we get like, it'd be like, I'm gonna steal it from you while you're using it, and I'll be like, you thought, but actually, we were in a Twilight Zone the whole time.
I've been on the beach this whole time.
26.
Twilight Zone. 26. It's pretty good, pretty good. You just big Twilight Zone goes around.
All right, now let's use it.
Yeah, as it sort of like
Pulse pulls it out.
Pulses slightly with cyan energy. Ugh. All right. And and you see terrain doesn't change, but some people are in it, as is a campfire, the tiny one at the base of the tree. They have two rocks pulled up. Mocha is sitting on one with scorched earth sort of propped up, slowly thawing out against the tree and the flame as the masked man sits. Like Mocha's sitting sort of normal. The masked man is like has like the legs spread and is like sort of like hunched down, so like they're on like eye level. Because the masked man is like he is a little bit taller than Mocha.
Mm-hmm.
As Mocha is just sort of nodding her head as if she just heard something. So it really is true, huh? And the masked man nods. But after all this time, why didn't you come and find me? Well, there are many more important in this world that need to be attended to. Something more than I can go out of my way for my own selfish desire to read. And of course, I did come here, and I did seek you out. Of course, I wasn't exactly subtle. nor really nice about it. It's been a long time since I have truly interacted with any people. It's been a long time. The last time I had, I can't exactly say it was pleasant. As for why I kidnapped you, this is something that I could only trust you with. Your friends, Argyle. As you saw, they've beaten me quite hard. My back still reels from the wound. That damn spider. I've been watching you guys for so long, and yet, even I wasn't prepared enough. But there are things outside of my control and things outside of yours and everyone. I am here to prevent such a catastrophic loss of life. All I would need is for your cooperation. I need that dream catcher. That's it? Nods. Then why not just ask him? Well, previous actions. As well as they would of course want to know why I need it. And for that I cannot say. You can't tell me? Not even you. As like Mocha sort of rolls her eyes and looks away. Mocha, sweetie. I know. Seems unbelievable. But you need to trust me. Yeah. I know. It's just you keep telling me these things, it's so hard to believe. I'm the dream catcher. You can stop time. You're a wanted criminal. Atlas certainly does want me dead. And with all of these rust buckets around, it is hard to move in plain sight. I must do whatever it takes. There is too much on the line. I really wouldn't appreciate if you wouldn't attack my friends. Understandable. Yet they possess the Dreamcat. My original goal was that I was going to offer you as a bargaining chip. Evidently, the Levon did not like said term. Now things have gotten more complicated. What do we do now? Now we prepare. Formulate a strategy. You may be able to bargain. Although, I doubt it. Would you forgive Azure in my place? As the masked man looks up from the fire. Well, as for me, I already have. It's just a question of if you would. If me? Why does it matter? Doesn't it? You sent an email saying you quit Beacon. Quit the team. Of course, his actions caused many deaths. Caused you great hardship. And Mocha blinks a couple times, and you see her eyes glisten a little bit more. I know. He's just nothing but a murderer. You may want to take a look at yourself. What are you trying to say? I'm not saying anything about it. What I'm saying is take a look at you. What do you want to do? In despite of what acts have been committed. It is inevitable that we will clash again. People will get hurt. But it is all in the name of something greater. You must believe me. Believe you. Of course I believe you. It's just after so long. And she wipes one of her eyes. As the masked man stands up, walks over, leans down to where she's sitting, and reaches his arm out, pulls Mocha into a big hug. There. I may not be whole, but I hope that is enough for you. Now come on. We need to douse this campfire and move your dune buggy before someone finds it. And the figure looks around as if they aren't already watching it. Before, as the masked man teleports over to the dune buggy. This will be a little unpleasant, but you can hold your breath, can't you? And then she nods her head. Good. And then she, like the masked man, gets into the driver's seat as Mocha gets in the passenger seat. As and they're gone. As the dream memory sort of and then fizzles out.
I see.
And Kyoki looks over to Grease. What are you thinking?
Well, obviously, the identity of this masked person is enough to get Mocha to not only calm down, but be completely willing to go with whatever they want. I had suspected a couple of things. I don't know much about Mocha's past, but I can't imagine that there are many people out there that could calm her down to such a level degree after the raid she was in last night. I had an assumption that whoever this masked person was possibly a part of Rust Clan. Specifically in a way that
Mocha, related to her. Her semblance is hereditary. And the way that the masked person used dust, it's not like how normal people would use it. Rather, it was somewhat how Mocha would. Completely drain dust of its abilities, leaving it an empty husk, for it to be used in some other manner. That's how it looked.
So you're saying that this is one of Mocha's family?
Yes, this might be a long shot. If her semblance is hereditary, and what I assume was her father had a rust-based semblance. Yoki,
Hmm?
could you take a guess as to who would call you sweetie?
Well, if I were Mocha, it would be my mom.
It was assumed that Mocha's mother was dead.
Mm-hmm. But you're saying that the masked man is mother?
Possible. After
So,
all, I had an idea of something akin to that, since they clearly use a voice changer. I noticed it closer whenever I was very close to the person.
a masked woman then.
Likely. Not only that, but the assumption was that Azur had accidentally killed Mocha's mother. At least, that was the implication, based on Mocha's attitude, as well as she holds up the dream catcher. What this showed us whenever we were peering through Azur's memories.
So what you're saying is didn't kill her, but left her close to death.
Possibly in a way that completely, how to say, debilitated her. After all,
Like,
the masked person had mentioned how if we took off the mask, then they would die, meaning that they could have a breathing problem.
all that gas in the lungs. That would kill a person, but really mess up their lungs if they survived.
Nods.
Hmm.
And it's starting to come together in that case. Mocha mentioned that this person could stop time. And a little earlier today, I had received word from Lace that Time Stop is capable with time dust. However, it was very brutal and didn't go well. But if someone can use it in a safe way, someone who can, say, have a dust infusion semblance, then I'm sure that would be a good folly.
Hmm. So,
Nothing where they went, though.
hmm. I guess we just keep searching? Keep trying to find traces of where they are. Like if they show up somewhere, we could, or
traces of them, we could use the Dreamcatcher, right?
Nods.
I guess this
I
thing.
have another lead.
Another lead?
However, I couldn't quite tell. It was more of a hunch than anything. But with suspicions confirmed, I know that what is possibly Mocha and what could be her mother. Well, they're obviously preparing for something that Mocha can't know. Last I heard of anything of them, apparently they had gone to the Rusty Cog. Well, if this is them.
That old junk place that Mocha and Azure get their weapon supplies from.
Nod.
With how rusted up that tomb buggy is, I could only imagine.
Well, I would assume that there'd be tracks somewhere. Because of the dune buggy, however, I guess with stop time, tracks don't get picked up, I suppose.
Well, the memory did say that the masked man or masked woman told her to hold her breath. So, at least if the masked woman's dragging Mocha around, then that means there's a bit more of a time limit on the stop time, ironically, than if they do it themselves.
Nod. I imagine that if this is the case, then someone who's using a gas mask as air support probably can't hold their breath for that long. Well, I guess that's what the mask is for. To hold their breath for.
If Azure is, well, Azure uses his to give him a clean air supply fight of his semblance around him, but if, well, he always says that the filters run really dry because his semblance is that potent against it, but if, clean steady air, then it doesn't matter how long. Like a scuba mask. Stay underwater for as long as you want, as long as there's enough air.
Nod. I believe at this point, we need to get moving.
It's getting dark.
Obviously, nod. And obviously they aren't here. The next place to investigate would be the Rusty Cog, however. It's long closed by this point. And I wish to break and enter.
I guess we meet up with everybody else.
Nod.
As you guys all go back and
Grease is gonna start texting the big Mocha news that she has figured out.
That her mom's alive.
That's just what Big Mocha wants you to think.
That's what big Mocha wants us to think. That's what her mom calls herself.
Big Mocha.
Big Mocha.
We present you the title.
Big
Big
Mocha.
You Mocha, who have surpassed the previous Mocha. With that, we present you the title
Go.
of Big Mocha.
Bring the legend back to life.
There's Big Mocha. There's solid Mocha.
Venom Mocha. Liquid Mocha.
Solidus Mocha.
We don't talk about liquid Mocha.
I know.
What about
Rust
gas
Mocha.
Mocha?
Gas Mocha.
That's only on Beans nights.
That's what the Mocha Azure team of attack is. Gas Mocha.
That's a thing.
Look, Azure, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't kill mom.
All right, now
You
we can
didn't
go
do
back.
anything wrong. All those jobbers didn't matter.
Yeah.
They're just jobbers.
Fuck them.
Fuck them.
They didn't have. They, didn't, they
and they
weren't
were off
named.
screen.
If they have a natural hair color, their lives are worthless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Steph,
Live,
forgive
Tristan
me.
Limu, look out!
If they have
Steph,
natural hair color, their
it
lives are
seems
worthless.
it's time for your. It seems it's time for your end.
Oh, natural hair color.
Red.
Uh,
Red.
Ryan, look out!
Steph, look out!
Azure, look out!
Malcolm, look out!
I can't
Lace,
believe
Lace,
Paul's the only one that's alright.
Yeah, Paul also never showed up. He never showed up to the church.
He's gone.
Lace will after Grease sends that news. Lace sends back. The question still remains: where did she get all that time dust?
How did she get?
I don't freaking know, man. I want.
Maybe
I'm gonna
you
need
can
you
make
to
it.
off my back.
Maybe you can make
Yeah,
it,
Lace is the
replies
dust
Howie.
man at this point.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm not the one who's the heir to the giant dust company.
The air to
No,
the
but
dust
like,
company.
where does the
Listen.
time dust come from? That would have to be a question I'd ask other people.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
about
Lace just like lists off the idol musings, and it's like, thanks for the information. It certainly does make things a lot clearer.
All right. As the rest of you have been continuing your investigation, through a series of interviews,
I
the
just
old
listen.
woman said that all she did was come back because she left her fine pearls at the pew, came back, saw the guy up in the stained glass, screamed and freaked out, and ran into the church. You see that there were footprints in the rafters,
Hmm.
and on the roof, like the roof hatch was opened up, um, and then presumably nailed the guy to the nearby the top of the roof on one of the walls, and other than that, has no discernible evidence about where they went or who, besides the fact that they were faunus with the bone spikes that it could have been.
That's still why some random guy.
And just quickly refreshing, like from Christina, she was like Max was just like very interested in the church of Venta and like questions
Yes,
about fauna.
asked a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Um,
And Steph just like went over and everything and like multiple times to make sure he didn't miss details.
mhm. There's a lot of there's little evidence. It's just mostly like because there's a lot of people that
Yeah.
come in and out, so a lot of stuff like the only concrete evidence is the things that have already been pointed out. Anything else is shit like, hey, there was a lot of people here. There's a lot of like random trash
Information.
here sometimes.
And nobody saw anyone enter or exit around those times. No.
No one directly saw it.
Earth Lace compiles all the evidence. I assume he's like with the other three because there's him, Howie, Steph, Azure.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyone else find anything?
Nope.
And shall we go for what we have so far?
And
Yeah.
Azure's like, I do have something.
Hmm?
He holds up a
Alright.
rat with a bone spike pushed through it.
Where'd you find that?
In the rafters.
Are they like experimenting with their quills before?
Lace wants to look the rat over.
Hmm. It looks like, for lack of a better term, flattened. And you see there's like a shoe print in the rat, and then like the spike is sort of like in its torso, like because they crush like the back abdomen. The spike is in the front torso.
Like they like stomped on it and impaled it.
Does it look like the spike came from the foot? From the foot?
No, it's directly next to the foot.
Okay.
Feet.
Shut up.
God damn it.
Shut up, Lemon, you coomer ass, dude. You're always in the feet and shit.
What?
Go
I
get
can't
a
imagine
jar.
the Faunus would be testing it. I mean, if they've had it all their life.
And why just some random dude?
That is a very good question. What possible reason do they have to target Maths?
Maybe a personal grudge?
Could be, but why would they air out that dirty laundry, so to speak, in front of the entire city? Not to mention the fact that, well, I mean, why would they want to get involved anyway?
Beats
Maybe.
me. I mean, I'm not really exactly experienced in murders and stuff like that, but
The only thing I can think of is that he's asking all those questions about Leventa. Perhaps he's, what is it, a Red Fang member who is having a crisis of faith of some sort. Trying to figure out what his place in the world was and was thinking about defecting.
He was also from Nazareth, though. Howie, did you know anything about Leventa before coming here?
Howie.
Hmm.
Did you know anything about Leventa before coming here, Howie?
Did I?
no.
No.
You know that Leventa existed.
Leaf Struds. I also know nothing about Leventa. Didn't hear a word of it from up in Mantle, at least not in my neck of the woods.
I lived in a cave. I can't exactly say that I know.
Would Steph know about Leventa?
He lived in the mountains in Vacuo, so no, not really either.
We are the worst sample for this.
Cool, so none of us knew about Leventa. Fantastic.
Red in the background. I knew about Leventa.
You don't count. You grew up here, right?
Yep.
Yes, well... We're foreigners here. Give us a break.
Maybe you can ask your blue friend. Where is that guy?
Where is Paul?
Lace would say, you mean Peter?
Okay.
That's a good point, Steph. Where is Paul?
Text. Hey, Paul, where are you?
Text back. Cool.
Cool. By the way,
Cool?
School.
Cool,
cool.
huh? Cool. Right. Fair enough, I suppose. Alright. Lace gonna check the time.
It's getting really late. It's like 10 o'clock.
I assume Desmond's probably already made it back to the
Oh yeah,
embassy
like
by now.
at dark, the patrol heads back.
Missed my window. Alright. Well, shall we go over the evidence one more time?
Yep. So the victim was killed by being injected with some kind of toxin from natural bone spikes, likely from a faunus of some sort.
Mm-hmm. And his name was Matt Snaku, was a Menagerie native, full citizenship. His time of death was about 30 minutes before I arrived. We actually have a witness, unbeknownst to the exact time of death, as Alice heard the argument where presumably, according to Mr. Ark, he was talking while he was stabbed. We can safely assume that was the exact moment of his death. Or, well, a few minutes afterwards as he lost consciousness and was unable to breathe. Then, after that, the faunus who stabbed him hurriedly brought him up here to the rafters, whereupon he was strung up and discovered by that woman who came back. But he wasn't strung up until 30 minutes after he'd already been stabbed.
Why so late?
That is a question. Why wait? I can't imagine transporting the body took a full 30 minutes. I didn't notice anything looking like it was stolen. And obviously money wasn't the issue. That was never in question, considering how the body was strung up. It was a message, but to who?
Why kill him? Why string him up so badly? Why take so long?
There's a lot of questions, and we don't really have any way of answering them right now.
And why the rat?
What?
Maybe they're just a sadist.
Man.
Maybe.
What
Oh,
about a
rats.
rat?
No, I just found a rat with a bone spike through it.
That's weird.
Oh, rats.
Alright, and we don't know anything about the victim's life prior. And we don't know anything about how he came to Vale beyond came to see the Red Oni, which I guess could be believable, but even then...
We also... There is also a chance he wasn't even a full-fledged Red Fang member and was just interested in joining.
True, he was only browsing forums.
What's a forum?
It's like a place where a lot of information gathers online. Think of it like a library, but in text format. But
It's
only
like
certain people go there.
it's like one big group chat.
And nobody saw him transporting a body. Well, I should know better by now than to say him, considering the reveal of... Well, he gestures to his stroll from where Grease just sent the message earlier.
Well, we think that they're planning an attack on Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
That's our current theory.
Hmm.
So why rock the boat early?
Azure looks, he blinks a second. We're all freaking idiots.
Huh?
I don't disagree, but why today?
Grease came here looking for the Dreamcatcher, and none of us thought to use it.
God, we can investigate the crime scene with past memories.
God,
I feel like my entire life as a detective has been rendered worthless.
Wasn't that the
Steph-
first thing we thought of? Wasn't that the first thing we said? Next time there's a murder, we could use it.
Steph
It
walks
was,
to like
and then we
Steph-
didn't use it.
Steph walks to like a nearby pillar and just headbutts it. Why did I? The one time I don't have a goddamn dream catcher.
This is all your fault, Steph.
I can take the new scroll back, you know.
You didn't get her a new scroll.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
It's all your fault, Steph.
Wait, do you have a new scroll I don't know about?
Yeah, she gave it to me.
Oh, give me your new number.
I don't know
You're
how to do
welcome.
that. Alright, give me a scroll. Let me just exchange numbers.
It's all
There
your
we go.
fault, Steph.
I'll add you into all the group chats and such. Alright.
Fucking how he looks at the new group chats. What? That was Mocha's mom?
What?
Elise sort of slumps down further where he was sitting. You know, I'm almost disappointed with the Dreamcatcher. I was starting to like it, investigating and putting together dots in my head with the crimes. And now I realize I could have just looked into the past.
It was a huge waste of time.
As he sinks in deeper into the chair.
Let's reconvene with Grease and get it back.
No, just get Grease to come over here.
Yay, that's Grease. Bring the Dreamcatcher to the Church of Levanta, please.
She texts, so you remembered.
Then there's a ... Azure remembered.
Not a single brain cell between these three.
Azure's also like, speaking of remembering, Saturday's Christmas.
Oh, right. I'd almost forgotten with all the chaos going on.
Man, I
Is that-
hope to. Man,
It's next Saturday, right?
yeah, next Saturday.
This
It's Sunday today.
Okay, where did I put that bag? Where did I put that bag?
All I was worried about was just finding Mocha before Christmas.
The stuff still has the Steph still has does he still got the bag?
Yeah.
Like,
What bag?
the shopping
Oh, the
bag.
stuff. Yeah, you do.
Yes.
I was like, what bag? The bag that you're keeping the thing in? No, not that bag.
I spent good goddamn money on the contents of that bag.
No, I got stolen. Lose all your resource dots, idiot.
Nah! Shit. Oh, right now. Now's not the goddamn time for this.
So, Greece, you're heading over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys head over.
I'll be right back.
Oh, well, I can't do it.
Sit down.
I'm gonna go get a drink
Don't
of
worry, I'll be
water.
quick. Yeah.
So, boys,
I
I
swear to
just want
God,
to say for the record,
yeah.
right? If the masked person does end up being Mocha's mom, I fucking hauled it.
I swear to God, if the Dreamcatcher gets fucking stolen.
Session 1. Not session 1, but session 1 when he first appeared.
Hmm.
Well, I guess she. Essentially. Allegedly.
but what if it was her mom, though, or dad, though?
No fucking
No.
way.
Why,
No
how
shot. Dude
not?
is like that beard is like white beard tall.
The dude fucking disintegrated people.
Also, he disintegrated people, and
I'm back.
yeah, there's no way that Terror Rust, which is fucking, there's no way that he would fucking.
Terror Rush is
If-
not the name of a man who goes in anything subtle.
Yeah, there's no way he'll be doing anything like related to espionage. Also, his semblance is that rust fruit. His semblance is rust power.
Rust, that way.
The rust consumes.
Now, this isn't related at all, but I think it's very important that you all see this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
If it's not important, I'll kill you.
It's pretty fucking important. That's pretty important. That's pretty fucking important.
like a fucking man.
Also, I'm glad we brought back the fact that CNC is also the Hakumen fan club.
It is.
It is.
Ah, fuck yeah.
Look at him.
He's fucking sick.
His name is Hakumen.
His name is Hakuman.
Soldier from a desolate world. Fallen, desolate world.
Adam, who do you think did the murders?
Some unknown
Platypus
character.
faunus.
The platypus faunus?
The platypus faunus.
It'd be pretty.
I'm thinking porcupine faunus.
Ah, platypus faunus.
Ah!
Perry the
platypus
platypus faunus.
Ah, Perry the faunus! So nice of you to join. How completely unexpected. And by that I mean completely expected. His head blows up.
You see, I'm a trained sniper, right on your position.
These bullets were infused with acid dust to ensure that nothing is left.
Incorporated.
Now I am able to take over the entire the third district of Vale.
As soon as I say the code word, Nator,
Cold Wordinator.
Ba-doop. Barry the Faunus, how did you wake up? Your semblance, I see. It is a regeneration type.
It allows you to negate the damage.
only one.
Wait a second. That is broken in this system. That's cheating. How did you allow to get that?
Anyway,
This is a good bet. This is a good bet.
Barry the Faunus.
anyway.
Go on.
What?
Yeah, crack your knuckles.
Me, 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 me,
Crack your
Me, me,
breath.
me, me,
and
me.
me,
Crack your
me,
throat.
me, 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 me. All
He's
right, and you guys are gonna use the dream catcher?
Once they get here, yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Grease.
And nothing could
Right.
possibly go wrong.
Grease is gonna put another Invisa Twilight Zone just in case someone tries to steal the Dreamcatcher. It's like a bounded field.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, show up. Big Twilight Zone around.
And then I'm gonna black dust so it can't be seen, but we can still be seen.
Nice, nice.
Nice cock.
Nice cock.
We get more sinister music.
More sinister music.
Even sinister?
Sinister.
If there's one man I can trust to give us sinister music, it's Ash.
Sinister.
This is
Oh.
funky.
I don't think that was as sinister as you thought it would be.
No, hey, what?
This is funky.
It's more,
This is
yeah.
This is too funky for a murder.
All right, Ash, let's try another one of your sounds.
One of your sounds, like he emits it.
He emits it.
All
This
one's
one's pretty sinister.
The dream catcher
Sounds
rises
like
up,
a fucking fight of God.
glows cyan as you see, as it's dark. There's no real light shining through the windows. As now, there is light shining through the stained glass windows.
We really should have done this in the first place.
I miss my detective work.
And, the one time I decided to not bring the dream catcher was the one time we did.
As you see Max sitting at one of the pews, looking up as he's reading through the holy book of Leventa. As he's reading through, flips through. Man, besides the one part about, and he stands up. Besides the one part about banishing the faunus god and taking his name, I don't see anything about. Then he flips some more pages. I don't see anything about anti-faunus. As he flips through. And he keeps reading. He flips through some more pages. I don't get it, but back in Menagerie they said that what we said was true. As he turns around and you can't really see the figure yet. As he keeps backing up. It's Tetra. Why are you here? I thought this place was off limits. And you disobeyed my order. As she steps out into the into the actual field of the dream. You see this woman.
Picture snap.
She a platypus? I can't tell.
Do pictures taken by the scroll transfer over after the memory's over?
Just in case, overdrive with dexterity, agility, draw a sketch, police sketch.
You know what? That's pretty good. That's pretty alright.
Yeah, that's pretty alright. As he keeps backpedaling. You disobeyed my direct orders, stepping into enemy territory. But they're not our enemies. They took me in. I ate their food. I listened to one of the sermons. So you've fallen in cahoots then? As she steps forward more. It's like, no, I'm just trying to understand. trying to understand. Have they ever understood us? When they rebuked us? Abused us? Kept us down in a small little corner of the world? Well, these people didn't do anything. And I suppose you haven't either, and I haven't. And the men sitting up top in their tall towers, are they the ones who are wholly responsible, or is it the ones who have carried out their will? But you can't just... I'm leaving! You're leaving? Yeah, I'm leaving the Red Fang. After all that you have done, after all we've given to you... Yes! What you're trying to do is... It's simply... As one goes right through his chest, as she holds out her arm and a... Like spines, as her arm, like, inflates with air.
Ooh.
As, like, a bunch of... Now that her arm is, like, inflated, there are spines sticking out of it as like, it's, like, swells back down as all the spines suddenly retract back into her arm. As his legs... Like, he goes... As she then... And, like, her other arm, two go right into his legs as he crumples down and slips on the carpet and falls over. As he grabs at one of the pews with his hands. Before... As her arms grow inflated again. We have no room for traitors. As she hoists him up as her back, as it like sort of inflates, sort of like get like a hunchback, Igor hunchback, as she drapes him over her shoulders as all the spikes sink into his body, but he's paralyzed and doesn't say anything. As she just slowly looks around, looks up, as she starts walking towards the stairwell before the dream and fades out.
It's a picture or pencil there.
The scroll did not work. The sketch is fine.
So she really was just that slow, huh?
Tetra.
I think now I have a name and face.
And the motivation.
We should take this to Hayes.
We should.
That is some serious firepower you've got there. And you see Red pointing to the Dreamcatcher.
Wait, stays around. I wasn't aware you were watching.
I was here.
Didn't Grease set up a invisibility Twilight Zone?
She set up an invis Twilight Zone as like just in case someone wants to time stop and steal the Dreamcatcher, they would have struggles.
I have been here.
True.
Regardless for how that thing would make my job way easier, that's in your hands. You are in Hayes'. It is out of my reach. So, he shrugs. At least we got there in the end.
I'm sure you can just ask us to rent it out for you.
Yeah, I mean, takes a bit of the fun out of it, but hey, what's fun when you're working?
Lisa's just like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Please does kind of nod a bit at that.
That's what I would say.
Like, I know it's morally right to solve a murder, but man,
Like, I mean, I'm just want the killer behind bars. You know, it's stuff that the guy died, but like, come on, wanted the mystery.
I wanted a mystery. I wanted to solve a bitchin' mystery.
Well, like you said, yes, we do now have a name, a face, and a motive, and it seems all of us were at least a little right in each of our own theories. Crisis of faith, message to the Red Fang member.
Eternal struggle.
Yep. And it seems we have our face of the leader. Considering she mentioned she was the one giving orders, and he disobeyed direct orders. She's probably the one pulling shots around here. Rather ballsy of her to go out and deal with something like this herself.
Right,
Well-
right inside the church itself too.
As Red speaks up. Well, I doubt it's exactly a leader, more just a field-based commander.
Hmm.
Yes. Not that I can imagine the actual leader of the full Red Fang organization would be here in Vale, but the person
Yeah.
leading this operation.
It's all proxy by proxy. From what I've heard, the leader of the Red Fang and the leader of the Honor-Bound Hunters have not shown their face in the public. Ever, really.
You think we can get like security camera footage to try to find this one easier?
We'll see what we can do.
The power of the arcane wasn't enough for you, Steph.
It's not like the Church of Leventa has any security camera footage.
Listen, I was trying to keep the power of the arcane safe, and then the minute I do, it's needed. Not my fault.
Anyways, I think I'll hold on to it for now.
No.
Too late, throw it in my hands.
No, it's not. Fuck
No.
you. No, it's not. Fuck you. Grease is holding it.
You know, I think
we
Grease
can-
should hold on to it for now.
You know what? Maybe I should hold it. Azure reaches for it.
Lace slaps his hand.
Kyoki, you know, I think you know what? I think I'm related to this plot line. I want
I
to.
want to be
Is
this
there-
spotlight.
If there's one thing
Peter
we can
takes it.
No.
Peter comes over, grab as he just tosses it back above him.
Stop it, Peter. I don't like. I never said I liked you. By the way, Peter, leave. Go home.
How dare you, Grease?
Now is not the time for party conflict.
Lace, let's. Okay. How about Grease holds on to it for now? She seems the one getting the most use out of it. Especially considering what she's currently investigating.
Grease is also like the stealthiest of you guys.
True. She does have that, and her defensive abilities of Twilight Zone are second to none. The rest of us are very good for offense, but Grease's Twilight Zone is good for defense.
So, as seen later, I assign Grease.
Lace plods. Very good. Team leader. Very good.
Stay safe. Don't do anything crazy.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Grease.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Grease.
Don't do anything I would do either.
Yeah, Lace looks over, and don't do anything I would do.
Well, what I am going to do is I'm gonna go to bed. And Kyoki's like, yeah, it is kind of late.
We can't exactly prevent huge conspiracies while sleep deprived.
No.
Agreed. I do have some things I need to do before bedtime, but don't worry, I will be back tonight.
So, let's defeat terrorists tomorrow.
Agreed. Well said.
Grease looks over to Steph. Kyoki messed up your room.
What? No, you did it.
You!
She looks away as she turns. She looks away as she begins to call an air taxi.
Hey, don't run away. Running's my thing.
At the very least, I didn't get a chance to clean it in the first place, so that's fine. Busy making this look up.
Well, today's been another eventful day of investigating the numerous goings on of Vale.
Shouldn't I just wait? Why do I even need a replica? I should just make a tracking device.
You can do that?
Like Seth just like gestures to like the beam katana that he made himself. It's like, I'm really good at machinery, and I also made a radio out of loose parts, and I also okay. I'm
Could you
just
make a
very,
tracking device for me? Not on me, but one I can track.
I guess I could do that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Theoretically, all of us would be able to track it.
It's my thing, but it's my thing, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you don't need to make individual tracking devices for each and every one of us.
I mean, he wasn't going to. He was just going to make one for the Dreamcatcher and now Lace.
No, I thought Lace was like, could you make one for me so I can track it?
No, he was saying a tracking device I can track for my own purposes.
Yeah.
What purposes do you have for a tracking
And I
device?
said
Lace?
we put one on the thingy.
That's
Good job, Howie. You
that's my that was my
Lace
idea,
pats
bro.
Zowie's head.
She did it.
Like
Thank you for the advice.
there's like a comedic like storm cloud over Steph's head.
She said it louder.
All right. Anything else you guys would like to do besides that lace thing?
Create tracking
Lace
device.
Lace wants to have a talk with Owie.
What a waste.
Owie.
What a waste of
Lace-
time that was.
Tracking device. And semblance practice.
Yeah. You get to work.
Grease is gonna keep the Dreamcatcher in her room, or in her side of the room. I mean,
We had an entire conversation when we first got it. It's like, yeah, we should do the stuff because it's easier to hide, and then we ended up here. We keep ending up here.
What scene we at, Cody?
You guys right now are at the Owie and Lace talk.
Ooh, where are we?
It's me.
Where Owie? Where would you like to do this? I guess this is after Lace comes back.
Oh, after Lace comes back?
I
Okay.
don't know.
I was say-
Maybe like we could do it right now. At the
Yeah.
church. Yeah, church
Yeah.
time.
So, I heard you found Aja.
I did. Well, I mean, I did with Kyoki, but I mean, that was Kyoki.
How was it? The little search for him and the talk.
I mean, we found him first try, so that was easy.
You just knew right where to go, huh?
Yeah.
Impressive. And how was he?
You know.
Yeah. I'm impressed you managed to convince him to get up and moving. He seemed pretty motivated when he came back with you.
I appealed to the team leader.
A leader-to-leader talk. Speaking of, how are you holding up? There's been a lot going on, and a lot of adventure for Team ARGYLE. Both the direct combat kind and the more personal kind. I wanted to check in on how you were doing.
I'm doing alright. So, you know. Are you good? You do it, you know, you
Of
kind
course.
of. You good at stuff? You look kind of angry about that.
Don't worry, I'm fine. Steph, we just had a little disagreement. Don't worry, I'm fine.
I know what you're like. I can tell when you're lying.
Have I truly become so predictable? for what I just wanted to say, you're doing good as team leader. I know it's hard being a leader in any respect, but you're doing good. And for what it's worth, I think you're improving rather fast. You've got hard after all. People listen to you, Aoi. There's something about you that just inspires people, you know? Perhaps it's that earnest, straightforward nature. Just, I want to make sure, don't lose that light, okay?
I didn't hear most of that.
Ah, god damn it.
Yeah, his mom came in.
Damn it.
I heard don't lose that light. That's all I can infer the rest.
You
I just
inspire
wanted
people.
to say, you inspire people. People listen to you. Wherever you go, it's perhaps that straightforward nature of yours. Earnest. It inspires people. I just want you to don't lose that light, Aoi. No matter how dark and dreary this place is. Don't lose that light, okay?
Okay.
Lace goes over and ruffles the hair between the horns a little bit. It's hard because, you know, the horns don't give a lot of movement, but
Don't you fucking ruffle me. You touch me, I hug you. That's how it works.
yeah. Lace recalls a bit, and then hugs her back.
Fuck off, good. We're having an emotional moment over here.
The sibling bonding moment.
Alright, so let's go revenge a murder?
Yes, let's. But for now, you should get some rest. I need to go take care of something. Something that's more my speed. Make sure to watch out for Azure, okay? And Steph, too. Those two seem like the type to might lose their way off the path for a bit. That's why it's up to you to make sure to forge a new path for them. Make sure they're all right.
You too, you little crime man.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure you hotwired my car earlier, didn't you?
What? No, bye!
I couldn't be more proud. I truly am a perfect corrupting force, aren't I?
You better get here before... Otherwise I'll implement the curfew!
Sleep well, Allie. I'll see you in the morning. And don't worry, I'll cover the cost in that car. But I do need to teach you actual driving lessons before, because you ruined the entire garage.
I'm really far away now!
Yes. As he sort of like does a little wave at the retreating Owie. Try not to crash.
I wasn't driving, okay.
As Lace's gonna turn, and he's gonna start walking off towards the spider saloon.
Alrighty. That's where we're in the session for tonight.
Whoa!
Epilogues.
Hey, first epilogue. Go Lace.
Alright.
What a surprise! What a surprise!
Why are you so panicked?
Because this is more session. I was expecting epilogues, not more section.
We have a lot
This
of
is the
time.
epilogue. Go. You are the epilogue. Go.
The epilogue, otherwise known as more section.
Don't think about it.
As you walk into the spider saloon, as you see a figure sitting on a bar stool, as he turns around in the bar stool to you.
Hello.
Hey, boss.
How goes it, Jack?
Well, as you see, this man, this kid, absolutely dripped out.
Who the fuck?
Dylan.
Damn, he dripping.
That's the guy. That's the guy used as bait for the rabble rousers in the backlog boys.
Damn,
way
he
back when.
dripping.
I just fleshed him out as he opens up a briefcase.
This motherfucker's
And-
soaked.
and he opens it up and padded, like it's all just padding except for one tiny thing.
As Lace, like, sort of taps it, and his semblance, like, he puts a little layer of his semblance on his fingers. It just sticks to the thing. He picks it up. Such a tiny little thing for so much work.
Yeah, as you see this thing in the
Better stick with.
you see that in the what's it called in the briefcase. Well, what do you think, boss?
I'll need to get it inside the circuitry, right?
Well, not directly. All you need to do is get it on it.
Only on the device?
Yeah, except here's the thing. You need to get on that big radio battery pack. There should be
That'll be
a
easy.
part on the underside of the back of the pack which has a little vent. If you place it on the vent through it and latch
moves?
yourself onto it. Yeah, don't you see the little legs?
Huh. Very good work, Jack. You're good at this.
Yeah, I am pretty good at it. Tell Reggie that, my hacking skills is at least, good. And I'm not just good for, running things around.
Oh, if this does what you say it does, then this is more than good. This is excellent. Slice puts it in a small, vial. One of his, unused dust vials he uses to just sort of hold it. And then puts that in one of his pockets.
I call it the Mega Hacker 3000-ator.
Mega... Sure.
Is his last name Doofenshmirtz?
So, just as easy as that, just put it on and done.
Yep. It'll work. It'll work the best that any other hacking... It'll work amazing, or my name ain't Jack Doyle.
Fantastic. I actually have another job for you.
Another one?
Yes. You think you can make me a skeleton key of sorts? Something that can open any electronic lock.
Any?
Yes. Ideally reusable and untraceable, but I understand if those aren't possible.
Where are you trying to break in?
I think that's for me to know.
I guess you are the boss. Okay, well, only electronic locks. It all depends on the kind of lock. If they're doing retinal scans, fingerprint scans, or they're just using a key card system. If they're using a key card system, it's way easier. So if they're using a key card system, then, well, I would need to spoof a card that's already present. I would need something, then I could reverse engineer the code, basically put a fake identity on it. Basically kind of like a copy, except it's more of a skeleton key rather than just, clocking where someone is and isn't.
I see. Well, if I come across a keycard, then I'll be sure to bring it to you.
Yeah. Yep, as long as you just give me one of those, I should be able to just go right ahead.
Thank you. That'll be all. Good work today, Jack.
Yeah, make sure to tell Reggie.
Oh, I will.
Yeah. And Alice, too. Alice always gives me crap, too.
Be sure to sing your praises to make sure they know that you're the top dog around here.
Yeah, sing from the rooftops. Yeah, whole musical.
I'll get right on that. It'll be the #1 extravaganza here at the Spider Saloon.
Jack,
The tale
the
of Jack
master of
Doyle.
I can
Well
see
then.
it now.
You have to write a good script for me. As Lace turns around. Oh, and feel free to have as many drinks as you like. Nothing alcoholic, of course, but anything else
Snaps
is
his
fine.
fingers
On the house tonight.
as he like takes some steps over to Walter Weiss. A smoothie on the rocks. He just looks. You got it, Jesse. He looks over.
I forgot I had Walter White and Jesse.
Mr. Weiss.
Walter Weiss and Jessica Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
As Lace will leave the Spider Saloon after that.
Alrighty, that's the
Gatorade,
end of that
bitch.
epilogue.
Also, may stuff have an epilogue.
Yes, yes. And which is the epilogue you're looking?
So we haven't had an epilogue yet.
What is your epilogue, Steph?
We've had more sessions.
So yeah, so Steph enters the room with his room with a bag of unknown stuff. He kind of like flips the light on of his room, sees that it is completely trashed, even more so than he left it. He kind of takes off his jacket and like puts a replica Dreamcatcher he made just on the bed as he like places the bag down and pulls out his notebook as he just begins writing something down. As as you can see, it looks to be a list with Lace check, Howie. There used to be a check, but then it was erased. And just in parentheses, needs a replacement. Grease check, and then just down the list, there's also uh, uh, just the various teams he's interacting with: Team Jewel, Team Arsenic, which is like various states of like checks and unchecked. As he just like looks inside the bag and just at like the very bottom of the list, he doesn't that it seems to be like constantly written or constantly erased, as if he still can't decide whether or not to write this thing down. But you can like very faintly see the phrase "Dad?" question mark before he gets to work on the tracking devices.
Is that everything?
Yes.
Alrighty. Anybody else have any epilogues? Any more session they want to do?
I can't believe it. Steph's a murderer.
He's the murderer.
He's a
I have
murderer.
more. I have more session.
Well, too bad.
I don't have more session. I lied.
Too bad.
It's
Why
true.
wouldn't you
Steph
allow
murdered
me to
me.
get
I'm a
more
ghost.
session? That's
Hey, Grease.
that racism shit.
Grease Levon.
Fuck it, man. What do you want?
Steph Dachi just looks like Step Dachi, which makes me think of Step Dachi.
Is Pro about playing anything?
Yeah.
Yes.
As we are opening on the Central District. As there is a figure in a hoodie, hands in the hood pockets, walking along, looking back and forth. As they head towards the CCT tower, they look around. There's like a security guard sitting at a booth, like in front of the door. And there's a security guard, like inside, patrolling around with a flashlight shining through the windows so they can see plainly. As they instead walk around towards the back area, as they look at this big grate, as they screw it with a screwdriver, screw the panel off, they pull it down, they crawl into the air duct, pull it back into place. As they crawl through the air duct and end up in what seems to be a service shaft. A bunch of wires, a bunch of sorts of machinery in the walls of the CCT tower. As they crack the knuckles and begin going to work. And that's the end of that epilogue.
Terrorism is happening.
That's the end of all the epilogues.
We only had one epilogue?
Yeah.
Wow. Meanwhile, terrorism.
Alright, yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Alrighty. I wonder what Steph could be doing.
Building a tracking device, obviously.
He said
Yeah.
so.
Yes.
Idiot, you play the character.
It's okay. We'll beat him up if he does anything.
What kind of fucking question is that?
You're
In
right.
English, Four Eyes.
You're right. I actually am the murderer. Alright, the dream catcher that we just saw with Tetra murdering that guy, now that was a deep fake.
The Eyes of God system can be spoofed.
It was a dream fake. Steph's just a really convincing cosplayer.
Eyes of God.
Eyes of heaven.
Alrighty.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
How is this fucking volume still not over?
Yeah, it's
Because winter's not over, Doc.
The end winter. Next season.
It's so long.
Bro, we gotta wait till like Wednesday for shit to happen. Then we gotta wait till Christmas for shit to happen. And then we can move on to spring.
I heard that laugh at him.
What you chuckle on that?
Harry's better fucking nut.
Can I just send a screenshot of that
Yes.
out of context?
Yes, do it.
God.
let me get this screenshot. Gertie sent me this out of context. Give me a bit. My shit takes a while to load and process screenshots.
Tomorrow, Monday.
Send me that.
Metagamer.
For the record, I planned it beforehand. Believe me.
Metagamer.
You must believe me.
Metagamer.
Sorry, Lacey. You metagamed. You have to die. You're next on
Metagamer.
the. You're going into TV. I'm sorry.
No, Steph. Please don't throw me in the TV.
You're going.
Don't throw me in the TV. There's anime in there.
You're going to Splintered Heart. Get the fuck in there.
Don't put me in Splintered Heart.
Why are they going to Splintered Heart?
No, don't threaten me. Don't throw me into the Hot Springs episode of Dude Bro.
No, you're going into the Sergey Pool episode.
No.
I'm
No.
actually okay with that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, that wouldn't seem
That's
so
alright.
bad.
That sounds nice.
You know, Spider Boy, you are not so bad.
I like it here. I'm in my element.
You know,
I know
Spider
what
Boy,
it
the
is.
way you grow up, it's not so different from Russia.
Yeah, you know I'm tossing you into One Piece. I'm
You
opening
re-
the light novel.
You remind me of myself.
One Piece. I'm
I'm
not ready
opening
for
the-
Waterworld.
I'm opening the manga right now. I'm shoving you into the pages.
But wait, that campaign hasn't even started yet.
I'm no longer a Dachi. I'm now. I'm now fucking. I'm now.
Now you're Edgar Allan Poe.
Now.
I am
I
Eiichiro.
can't ignore what's on the dance floor. What's the rhythm of my heart? Did it just
Vin's door. I thought.
You know, Spither Boy, I think we could make a great team.
Now I know. Now, my new Monster of the Week character.
Lace or Yagne.
Yeah.
Please go fucking. God damn it! Wait a minute! I could just shove you into these. Why did I think?
My friend Laughing Stock brought me here.
It was just like, wait a fucking minute! Did I just isekai him? Why did I do that to myself? Damn it!
My good dear friends, Davcool Silver Eyes and Micro Laughing Stock brought me to
smells-
Monster of the Week, Shady Woods.
It should have
It
been me,
smells.
not
It
him.
smells
It's
of.
not fair.
it reeks of sulfur?
It reeks of sulfur. It reeks of sulfur, Lace.
It should have been
Maybe
me.
it's upon this time that you realize maybe you got more than you asked for.
It should have been me, not
Why does
him.
this man smell like a sewer?
Yes, that's session. I'm gonna go bed now. Go bed.
Go home, go bed.
Go home,
Hi,
go
bro.
bed.
Hi, bro.
Good night.
Hey, boo.
Good
Work
night.
early as shit. I got a
baby.
bunch of time before I
Good
go
night.
to work. Goddamn.
Good night. Good night.
Bye,
Good night.
Rainbow.
I'm a hop
Bye.
off the phone.